Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:03 a.m. Of the Chicago Plan Commission. And as many of you know, the governor signed a Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical or prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meetings meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of this commission on Chicago Plan Commission is not practical or prudent, nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 75 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. So before we get into the full meeting agenda for the August 20th, 2020 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone, I'd like to thank you too for all being here. I'd like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Sorry about the sirens behind me. Please remember that to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. So let me see how I can hang that up. All right. I also want to quickly provide, speaking of noise, right? I also want to quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who are required to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as a public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to be mindful of their presentation length and to please do what you can to stay on point and respect the time of people in attendance. We're asking you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers, and any individual who does disrupt potentially could be removed from the virtual hearing session. So I will now move to do roll call of the commissioners. Commissioner Biaggi, excuse me. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here. Commissioner Biaggi's here.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett.
Commissioner Burnett is here.
Commissioner Porter is here. Commissioner Cox.
Here.
Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Commissioner Garza.
Here.
Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Lightfoot, I presume not here. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Novata.
Here.
Commissioner Osterman.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Reyes.
Here.
Commissioner Searle.
Here.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Sposato. I know Commissioner Shaw is here. I saw everything. Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Sposato. Commissioner Tunney.
Here.
Commissioner Villegas. And not here. And Commissioner Wagasbuck.
Here.
Commissioner Wagasbuck is here. Fantastic. We will now approve the minutes from the July 16th, 2020 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on July 16th, 2020?
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moved by Commissioner Searle, seconded by
Commissioner Lyons, seconds.
Commissioner Lyons. And again, because of the virtual, I do need to do a roll call on the minutes. So again, I'll try to go through these as quickly as possible. Go ahead and unmute yourselves. Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is yes, Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
This is the minutes, yes, I'm sorry. This is the proposal for the minutes. Commissioner Flo, and we have to do roll call because it's virtual. Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Goddison,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons, Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbuck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all very much. So now, I'm sorry, the motion passes. Public testimony. We will now take public testimony for the items on the agenda today. I have 9 people signed in to speak today. As I call your name, wait just a moment because they'll be unmuting you, and then you may proceed to speak. And please be reminded that you will have the 3 minutes to speak. First, I have 5 speakers who would like to speak about item D5, which is located at 1111 South Holman Street. And those speakers are Rodney Brown, followed by Kevin Sutton, followed by Deborah Wesley, followed by Richard Townsell, and lastly, Clifford Nellis. So, and then after that, we'll have 4 speakers for item D6, located at 1528 North Wells. And those speakers are Andrew Carter, followed by Anna Elterman, followed by Matthew Lavelt, and lastly, Colleen Murphy. So let me go now to Mr. Rodney Brown. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here this morning. My name is Rodney Brown. I am a member of the Executive Committee of the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of North Lawndale Employment Network and Brenda Palms-Barmer. NLEN, as we call it, has become an institution in North Lawndale. It is one that has been around for 20 years, helping to build our community, helping us to get individuals employed and trained to be able to not only secure jobs, but to hold jobs. Brenda has proven to be an excellent collaborator with us. She is a member of our committee and has been one of the founding members since our inception back in 2015. We are very excited about the new campus that she's building at this location and are looking forward to working with her. My organization works in entrepreneurship, and we're looking forward to partnering with Brenda as she looks at putting together training programs for pop-ups for entrepreneurs. So as we move forward with this idea, we're looking forward to having this be established in our community and becoming one of the institutions that sets an example for other community-based organizations in our community in North Lawndale. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and we look forward to more discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. What did you say the name of your organization was?
I am a member of the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Mr. Sutton, Kevin Sutton.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Kevin Sutton. I'm the Executive Director for the Foundation for Holman Square, and we are very, very enthusiastically lending our support to North Lawndale Employment Network and their new campus at 1111 South Holman. Brenda and her team have been wonderful partners to us. We've collaborated for a number of years now, and I am really ecstatic to lend our support because I really feel that the workforce development and financial literacy work that she lends to North Lawndale is an amazing attribute and asset to all that needs to happen in this thriving community. So I'm very, very happy to lend my support. I concur with all that Rodney has shared. And in addition to that, I wanted to share a few highlights from a friend of mine, Pat Ford at Staines Family Foundation, who has also lended a letter of support. If I can do that now, I'd like to do that. In behalf of Pat Ford, I am Executive Director of the Staines Family Foundation. I am writing in support of North Lawndale Employment Network and its Plan Development Amendment. This Staines Family Foundation concentrates its grant making and programs in North Lawndale in partnership with local residents and institutions to build and enrich the community. Our work supports the idea that effective revitalization can occur within the embedded social and economic networks that create and sustain communities. Staines and NLN have enjoyed a productive partnership for over 20 years. North Lawndale is an essential part of the fabric of our community, and its expansion promises to increase its significant positive impact. NLEN's renovation of the building at 1111 South Homan will provide an inspiring space from which the organization can run their programs and enhance their already vital role in the community. This expansion project will not only enable more employment opportunities, but promises to be a space that will rise up to meet those who enter the bank, to attend a job training workshop, or to sip a cup of tea at the Worker Bee Cafe. North Lawndale Employment Network's plan for this new, beautiful space will make a huge difference in the lives of North Lawndale residents. The Staines Family Foundation is a big supporter of North Lawndale Employment Network and has been since its inception over two decades ago. We're very excited about this next phase of their evolution. They have our wholehearted support. And I will just add to Pat's comments that they have our support as well as executive director of the Foundation for Homan Square. And I am thrilled to also share that this site is right near the Blue Line Homan Kedzie L station and right off of main thoroughfares and bus lines at Roosevelt and Homan. Here to Brenda and her team.
Great, thank you so much. And right at the 0 mark, that was perfect timing. Thank you so much, Mr. Sutton. Deborah Wesley, sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I apologize if you hear any background. I'm trying to move around so that you won't hear any background. My name is Deborah Wesley. I am the president of Sinai Community Institute. I'm also the executive vice president for community outreach for Sinai Health System. And I'm fortunate to say that North Lawndale Employment Network was actually incubated out of Sinai Community Institute over 20 years ago. I also had the good fortune to serve as its first chairman of the board. And I have to kind of back up a little bit because the vision of what North Lawndale Employment Network is today is a reflection of what the community said it wanted to be. And this was a key strategy from a community point of view to ensure that residents of North Lawndale could stay in their own community. And we asked critical questions from our community: what will it take? And as a result of that, North Lawndale Employment Network was formed from an economic development point of view, as well as a workforce point of view. So for me to see over 20 years of the evolution of this organization to something that is so relevant, so needed in our community, particularly in this time, and the ability to have a clear face in the community, meaning rather than being scattered in different offices throughout the community, it will have a campus that really will highlight and feature all of what is special to North Lawndale, all of what is needed and so essential to the community of North Lawndale, so that the residents can proudly and successfully remain in their own community. So on behalf of me personally, but more importantly, on behalf of Sinai Health System and Sinai Community Institute, I wholeheartedly support the work of Brenda Palms Barber and the vision for North Lawndale Employment Network. So thank you.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Richard Townsell. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Townsell. I'm the Executive Director of the Lawndale Christian Development Corporation and a community resident. And I'm here on behalf of the team that is in support of the North Lawndale Employment Network and Brenda Palms Barber. I've known Brenda for the entirety of time that she's been at North Lawndale Employment Network. She has done an amazing job in raising the profile of folks that were formerly incarcerated with their U-Turn Permitted program. We're excited about what this campus means for the neighborhood. Two things that are particularly exciting to me and to us is that there'll be a bank. There's only one bank in North Lawndale, PNC. And if you've seen the latest data on what banks have not been doing in terms of lending, we're very excited that Wintrust will have a branch at 1111 South Holman in the workforce campus of North Lawndale Employment Network. We're also excited about the Worker Bee Cafe. I'm excited about being able to drink honey-infused tea and coffee and those sorts of things that'll be at the cafe. And so just to have another beautiful place for everyday folks to come in and get coffee. And so we enthusiastically support this project. I got to know Brenda very well over this past year when we were part of the Chicago Prize. The folks on this call were part of the team that were finalists for the Chicago Prize. Unfortunately, we didn't win it, but we've got to know each other. We've got to laugh together and cry together and work together every Friday for the past year, just about, and other than Christmas and the 4th of July. So we got to know each other very, very well. And I'm beyond a shadow of a doubt, we're extremely excited about what this project will bring. So we're in support of it. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, thank you. Clifford Nellis.
Madam Chair, I don't see Clifford.
Not there? Okay, if he comes on before we're done, we'll fit him in. Or before we're done with, we can also fit him in if necessary when we get to the item, but hopefully we'll get on sooner than that. Okay, let's move to the 4 speakers for item D6, which is located at 1528 North Wells Street. Andrew Carter.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I thank you for the time. My name is Andy Carter. I live on Wheeland Street, less than 150 feet from the property in question. I bought a house on this street because it was a family street. I wanted a place my family could enjoy as a neighborhood, where families put down roots, where neighbors know each other, that has a nice and consistent look and character, that is zoned for, lived in, and celebrated as a residential area. But now we have these proposed changes. The developer to the hotel wants to retrade their deal to the detriment of the residents of Wheeland. Why are the developers retrading the deal? Because it turns out they miscalculated and won't make as much money as they thought they would. The developers promised they would add 4 single-family homes on Wheeland Street. Now they say that due to economics, they can only add 2. That's half. If the residents of Wheeland had come to the commission and said, we want to retrade and have the developers cut the hotel in half, we would have been laughed out of town. Yet now they want the homes cut in half. By the way, be aware that when they say they are only reducing the number of homes from 4 to 3, that's misleading. They're actually adding an existing home to the deal and then replacing it. So this is a classic retrade. Knock the hotel down to 6 stories, we'll call it even, but we know that won't happen. Second point, they have spun the 2 homes 90 degrees. So now those homes are running parallel to Wheeland Street. This is a detriment to Wheeland Street because having the homes run perpendicular to Wheeland as it was originally planned gave a buffer to the hotel and back. Now there will be a huge parking garage only 30 feet from Wheeland Street. So 30 feet off of a residential street where children play and families walk, the developer wants to put a hulking 30-foot high parking garage covering several lots. As for the garage, the developer promised it would be below ground. But at the community meeting a few months ago, they told us that it turns out a below ground garage costs too much. Is that my fault or my neighbor's fault? No, it's a developer fault. But to solve that problem, the developer wants to put up a 3-story garage 30 feet from a residential street to the detriment of the families that live here. Issues about venting for the garage or noise from the garage are also concerns. The drawings are, I couldn't quite tell what was going on because of the quality. And the roof of the garage is just begging for it to be an outdoor space. If that ends up being used for outdoor activities, that will bring more noise to Wheeland. They may tell you now that will not happen, but they've already shown they're willing to retrade deals. So in closing, how is anything in this new proposal advantageous to the families of Wheeland? We've already been saddled with a 13-story hotel close to the street. We've been fooled into thinking that single-family homes would actually be used as homes and not short-term rental units, which the developers are now hinting they might do. And now the developer is back, saying it needs more profit. And to do that, the developers are asking you, the commission, to take away single-family homes from my street, to spin the homes that are left, Add a 3-story garage just 30 feet from the street where children walk every day. All of this because they miscalculated how much money this is going to cost them. That's retrading the deal, and it is not right that their miscalculation is now our misfortune. This revised plan should not be approved. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ina Elterman?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. My name is Ina Elterman. I'm a resident and a business owner in Old Town. I have lived on Wheeland with my 3 kids and my husband for 11 years. Thank you for letting us speak. That was not an opportunity we got at the last community meeting organized to discuss the proposal. We were mostly muted by the host. First off, our mayor keeps speaking about the importance of neighborhoods. We are Old Town, a neighborhood that needs no introduction. While a hotel is being proposed because tourists want to come to Old Town, there will be no more Old Town if you keep approving these projects that are not aligned with character of the neighborhood and with streets here. Second of all, there is a 5-year oversupply of hotel rooms in Chicago. That was even prior to pandemic. This hotel will not bring any additional revenue or permanent jobs to the city. It will only take away from some of the other hotels. Only construction jobs will be brought in, but those will be brought in regardless of what is being built here. We are only a 1-lane, 2-block residential street, one-way street with 2 schools on it. How can a hotel make sense here from urban planning perspective? The applicants will tell you there is no hotel on Wheeland, but it's not true, and I will get to it next, and Andy covered it a little bit. They're saying they're putting these 3 single-family homes as a buffer. That is not what is actually happening here. First of all, it's 2 homes. The 3rd house is not part of the hotel footprint. They're trying to beef up the proposal by including in the count unrelated homes they're building on our street. Secondly, the 2 remaining homes are turned sideways, as Andy eloquently described, and there's only about a 25 or 30 foot depth, providing virtually no buffer. The other 65 feet of Wheeland lot depth will be filled with a hotel, including the rooms. In other words, 80% of the Wheeland Street lots will be filled with a hotel. Let me say this again. You're about to allow a 12-story hotel on a residential street with 3-story single-family homes. I ask you to take a moment to look at this project, not as presented to you by the Builders Council, but as itself, and make a decision for yourself to not allow a 200-room hotel on one of the last remaining oases for families in the center of the city. We have been crushed by taxes that doubled in recent years, rooftop bars, looters, and now the city is about to fail us again. You have the power to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Interman. Matthew Blovelt.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Starting off saying that the application was applied for in July 15th and the notice wasn't put up on the property until July 28th. And I verified that with my exterior cameras. When it was finally installed after the 5-day, it's supposed to be posted within 5 days. It was posted, almost 13 days later. They posted it sideways within the gate so people couldn't see it. So I think it's, first of all, this meeting should be pushed so they have to renotice, and so all the neighborhood can actually take a look at it. This project was vehemently opposed by everybody, and I've been involved with real estate and development for the last 30 years. Unfortunately, in the COVID world, this format, local citizens' voice in appearance in zoning court does not translate well for the citizens, and the overwhelming opposition to the project greatly helps the developer. The community meetings were held in large halls. They were so packed, they ended up being standing room only. There wasn't any support for the development by the community, and but we understood that Wells is a commercial corridor and the developer had the right to build a hotel. And in the end, the compromise was to keep the integrity of Wheeland as a residential street by putting 4 homes east to west, which would buffer our street from the little hotel. That was the deal agreed upon by the community and the developer, and leveraged the original. Now the developer has leveraged the original PUD and changed every part of the original agreement. The developer claims the expense of the underground garage has made the deal financially not viable for him. The developer's lack of experience, preparation, and understanding, one, is just alarming in general, but I don't know how the citizens should be penalized for his mistakes. They've added another house next to the property, so they can amend this property and add FAR to the hotel with increased rooms. It's making the hotel larger and now bringing the garage back to within 30 feet of Wieland. The original setback, I believe, was over 80. Now, since there is no buffer, obviously that is bringing the hotel all the way back onto a residential street. There's supposed to be 4 homes. As you've heard in the previous things, they've now have 2 homes, they're sideways. And so it literally puts the hotel on a residential street. The developer's promises have always come up empty, and he has guaranteed the parking deck now will be open space for hotels to avoid excessive noise on Wieland. But I'm sure that they're going to try to amend that at a later date as well, and instead it being a restriction that carries with the property. So I just think, just like this, kind of finish saying that there's so many people.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you are at time. Can you wrap it up in one?
Sure. The number of people, hundreds, showed up to these meetings vehemently going against these people and the developer. We acquiesced, and now they're changing the deal, which isn't right, and it's also not our mistake, and we shouldn't pay for the developer's sins, essentially.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, and Colleen Murphy is our last speaker.
Can you hear me okay, please?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. First, I want to thank you for your time, especially in these circumstances. And much of the information that has already been discussed by the previous residents on Wieland is going to be duplicative in my argument. So I'd just like to draw your attention to the job before the commission today, and that's to apply the Chicago Municipal Code and the law to the facts of this case. I can sit here and repeat everything that everybody said, but I want you to look at the municipal code, please, and look at the requirements. This is really an amendment, or it's labeled as an amendment, but it's really a variance request. And when you look at the municipal code and the case law on point, there are tests for this, and they fail each and every test that should be used when applying for a variance or an amendment to a PD. Here, as you know, amendments or variances to zoning laws should be used sparingly. There are 3 tests, as you know, that there should be no negative impact to the community. It has to comply with the character of the community. And if there's a request for a hardship as a result of a zoning requirement on the land, it's the burden of the applicant and the owner to prove to your commission that that hardship would result in a 0 return on their property. That's not the case here. There is a negative impact to the community. We do not want a parking garage 25 feet from our street where children are playing. The character of the community will be changed. These lots are deemed sideways. The rest of the street has homes that are not sideways. They are not only 25 feet deep with a parking garage behind them. And of course, we have no evidence presented by the applicants that they would get a 0 return on their property if this amendment or variance is not granted. I want to draw your attention to a case called Lincoln Central versus Zoning Board of Appeals, 30 App 3rd 258. It's a case in which a hospital was asking for an amendment to build a parking garage, which was denied because the commission ruled that it did not prove that the applicant did not prove that there was no other reasonable return on their property without building this garage. If you can't allow a parking garage for a hospital, how can we allow a parking garage for a hotel on a residential street for the applicant's own financial gain? It is not just and it is not fair. And I ask you that you deny the application and the amendment and or variance. Thank you.
We appreciate the time of you, Ms. Murphy, your neighbors, and all the other speakers that have spoken and have come here and taken the time to express your thoughts and opinions with us. We appreciate it, and we do listen to what you have to say. So that concludes our public testimony. And next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 through 3 under the negotiated sale heading, as well as items 4 and 5 under the disposition heading?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner, is that Lyons?
Commissioner Shaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, Smita. Oh, Smita, I'm sorry. I may step out here for a minute. Do we have your vote on the minutes?
No, but I joined after you approved the minutes.
Okay. Do you want, am I allowed to ask you to register a vote, or we just have you as a non-vote on that?
You know what?
We'll get that resolved and.
Well, we'll say yes, I approve the minutes, but I've read them. But yeah, otherwise, if they can't, then fine.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for
Nope, but moved by Commissioner Shaw for this item.
And seconded by
Commissioner Searle.
Commissioner Searle, thank you so much. Let me do a roll call. Omnibus items. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
If everybody can unmute themselves and be ready when I call your name, thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
And
Commissioner Shaw's a yes, sorry.
I figured you were since you made the motion. Commissioner Wegesbuck.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. The motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and or the Chicago zoning ordinance. Commissioners, I've received a request to move item number 6 up to the front. We're going to accommodate that request. We've let folks know about this adjustment.
Madam Chair,
So-
it's D5.
Go ahead, Noah.
Madam Chair, it's item D5.
What'd I say?
You said 6, D5.
Oh, okay, that's because, all right, thank you. I put my little sticky in the wrong place. Thank you. Yeah, it is D. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we're moving to item D5. And then we'll move back and then pick up our order. So the next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to the plan development number 177 submitted by the North Lawndale Employment Network for the property generally located at 1111 South Holman Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from business plan development number 177 to business plan development number 177 as amended in order to add urban farm rooftop operation, processing and packaging of honey material generated at or brought to site from applicants off-site happy areas, community center and drive-through facility as permitted uses within the PD. The proposed changes will allow NLEN to place up to 5 apiaries on the rooftop and collect and package honey indoors as a part of its job training program. No other changes are approved. Ethan Lassiter will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Lassiter.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Ethan Lassiter with the Department of Planning's West Region Planning Team. Thank you for taking the time. I am presenting the North Lawndale Employment Network, or NLEN, headquarters as stated at 1111 South Homan Avenue. It is in Ward 24, Alderman Michael Scott Jr. North Lawndale has about 34,000 residents, the vast majority being Black, with a median income of about $27,000. In our planning context, there was a recently passed or recently made 2018 LISC Quality of Life Plan for North Lawndale. Within its economic and workforce development strategies was a focus on diverse, sustainable economic and workforce development that enhances access to quality jobs, goods, and services, helps local entrepreneurs, and improves pathways to middle wage job opportunities and connects residents to local employers. This PD amendment process, the PD was filed on May 11th, and community meetings occurred last winter and fall. The existing PD shown above is bounded by Roosevelt Road to the south, Fillmore to the north, and is between Homan and Kedzie. The PD does not have sub areas, but the property under consideration is shown in red in the northwest corner of the PD. The PD contains a number of existing commercial users and businesses within a larger shopping mall covering the majority of the site. And then very briefly, the PD is surrounded by and adjacent to a number of business and manufacturing zoning districts and uses with nearby residential and commercial uses as well. Below is an existing image of the pedestrian context on Homan Avenue facing northeast towards the existing former bank building. And then shown now is a rendering of the proposed building upon completion of the project. At this point, I will manage the slides, but hand it off to the NLEN team. All slides from this point are what was sent to me previously, so I think the order should be fine. Brenda, or I actually believe Graham, you were kicking us off.
Graham, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. I was muted by the host and now I'm unmuted. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lassiter. Chairman Cordova and members of the Chicago Plan Commission, good morning. My name is Graham Grady. I'm a partner in the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister. I'm joined on this application by my co-counsel, Sylvia Mikas. It's our pleasure to make this presentation and we thank you very much. As Mr. Lassiter has indicated, the pedestrian context here is terrific. They're right along Homan Avenue, and the other members of our team who will be presenting are Brenda Palms Barber, the Executive Director of the North Lawndale Employment Network, and also a noted Chicago architect, Larry Kearns, a principal in the firm of Wheeler Kearns Architects. Available for questions are Sarah Bernstein, Vice President of the NLEN Board of Directors and partner in the law firm of Barrett, Ferrazzano, Kirschbaum, and Nagelberg, and also Chad Steinke of Wintrust Bank, which will operate a community branch in the facility, as you heard earlier during the public comment period. We at this point would like to express our extreme appreciation and thanks to Alderman Michael Scott for his leadership on this project. We're also very grateful to the staff of the Department of Planning and Development for their assistance, and also that of many other city agencies which have reviewed the project. This property is squarely within the City of Chicago Invest South and West areas. It's a shovel-ready project, which is actually already under construction for the components which do not need plan development approval. This project calls for the adaptive reuse of a long-standing abandoned bank building. This disinvestment by the former bank is emblematic of the decline of this neighborhood. But with the renovation of this building, it will breathe new life, invading the shell of this former bank building As you will see from the rendering, it's an important part of the pedestrian area along the street. Next slide, please. That's the existing site. It's just a bank building with a unimproved non-landscape parking lot. Next slide, please. The site will become the new home of the North Lawndale Employment Network and its subsidiary, Sweet Beginnings LLC. This 48,500 square foot property is located in the North Lawndale community. NLEN purchased the property in May of 2019. The application calls for amending PD 177 in order to add the following uses: outdoor urban farm for a rooftop operation, processing and packaging of honey material generated on site as well as brought to the site from off-site apiaries, a community center, and a drive-through facility. This facility will provide job training programs, financial counseling and financial services, a cafe, administrative offices, and tenant space to be occupied by Wintrust Bank. It is now my extreme pleasure to introduce to you Brenda Palms-Barber, a champion of the community and the longstanding and highly regarded leader of the North Lawndale Employment Network. Brenda?
Thank you, Graham. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As Graham said, my name is Brenda Palms-Barber, and I am, it says start my video. So, my video. Can you all see me?
We can see you.
Okay, great. Very good. So my name is Brenda Palms-Barber, and I'm honored to serve as the founding president and CEO of the North Lawndale Employment Network, and also the founder of one of Chicago's longest serving social enterprises, Sweet Beginnings, where we produce local urban honey and honey-infused skincare products to create jobs under the Be Love brand. Our new workforce campus will reduce the unemployment rate in North Lawndale by 10%, and we're aiming for it to happen by 2020. And yes, that's a bold goal, but these times require bold actions. We won't do it alone. We'll be in collaboration with the North Lawndale Community Council, whom you've heard from many of our members this morning, and under the dynamic leadership of Alderman Michael Scott, who is a determined, committed, and visionary leader, and really elevating the 24th Ward to the highest heights I've experienced in 20 years. The North Lawndale Employment Network was founded in 1999 through a community-driven process facilitated by the Staines Family Foundation. And for the past 20 years, we've been working to bridge the racial wealth gap by improving the earnings potential of the residents of North Lawndale through our innovative employment initiatives that lead to economic advancement and an improved quality of life. Since 2003, the North Lawndale Employment Network has served over 17,000 people, and women and men that we've placed in jobs, about 3,400. Our 5 core programs include a the TDL sector, transportation, distribution, and logistics, called Moving Forward. We offer a financial opportunity and resource center to help provide computer classes and one-on-one budgeting and financial management. Our U-Turn Permitted program is our longest serving program, and is to help those who are returning from incarceration come back and reintegrate into society. And we're also a proud partner of Heartland Alliance's Chicago Ready program, where we're working very hard in partnership with UCAN and Lawndale Christian Legal Counsel to reduce the violence in our community. Our programs advance our mission by partnering with employers and meeting their demand for hiring job-ready applicants, empowering our job seekers with skills and certifications and credit and budget management tools to help give them a competitive advantage and ensure they're ready to work, but also making sure that they're restoring their sense of self-worth and value. It's hard to be poor. No one wants to be poor. And it does strip you of your sense of self many times. Through our transitional jobs and social enterprise Sweet Beginnings, we equip returning citizens with viable work experience in shipping, handling, supply management, bee farm management, customer service, and all the while helping them to learn good work ethic and how to work as a productive member of the team. For the past 10 years, I'm pleased to share with you that we've been tracking our impact data on reducing recidivism, and I'm pleased to share with you that less than 10% of our Sweet Beginnings employees have returned to prison. Taking the sting out of reentry, you might say. The 1111 South Homan and the new, was that a chuckle? I think I heard a chuckle there. 1111 South Homan is the new location of our campus, and it will have the following key impacts. One, it will increase our visibility and consolidate our 5 locations to one location in North Lawndale. It will transform the vacant and the original Community Bank of North Lawndale into a beautiful, productive hive of activity. Job seekers and visitors will feel valued and welcomed and know they matter because of the well-manicured landscaping and bee-friendly native plants and all the floral. And job seekers will experience an environment that inspires hope and possibility for them. We will have 71 employees that will occupy this space over the next 3 years. We will double the number of people that we serve from 2,500 to 5,000. We are already exceeding the city's MBE and WBE goals. I'm proud to say that for our MBE goals, we are at 46%. And that for the city, for women-owned businesses, we're at 9%. And I'm really proud of the team that we've assembled that's been very committed to helping us achieve these goals. The construction project itself is generating 105 jobs. 13 new positions will be created because of the space that will occupy this campus. And so we're looking at a total of 171 jobs that will help to focus on reducing the unemployment rate in North Lawndale, again, by 10%. This campus will also help to advance digital equity throughout a community that needs it. And we will help 10,000 North Lawndale families access free Wi-Fi through the Chicago Connect program, which we're pleased to be a part of. Our campus will offer a bright and comfortable place to meet up with friends, study or conduct business, or just be still and appreciate a great coffee experience or a honey latte at our Worker Bee Cafe, which is in partnership with Inspiration Kitchen and Metropolis Coffee. Promote and educate our guests about the hardworking West Side honeybees will be a very important part of our work as we can take them on tours of our rooftop apiary. And finally, North Lawndale has one bank, but our campus enables us to partner with Wintrust Bank and establish a second and very important option for the residents of North Lawndale. And they're also an employment partner. Wintrust Bank has committed to working with North Lawndale Employment Network to fill each of those positions that they're creating in our community with North Lawndale residents to work in the bank. And I've come to know over the last 2.5, almost 3 years that we've been in partnership with Wintrust, that they're a bank, that they are a people who are true to their word. Providing a gathering place and a safe place for professional community meetings and pop-ups to feature local entrepreneurs or social events or spoken word events will take place in our Michael Scott Senior event space. I think it's so important that we are able to honor such an amazing public servant with the respect that he absolutely does deserve and the recognition that he deserved as a public servant for not just North Lawndale, but for the entire city of Chicago. So in closing, I just want you to know this workforce campus is an important part of the solution. And partnering with the city is making it possible. Without our $2.5 million neighborhood opportunity grant, we wouldn't be as far in this process and able to close our funding gaps for the building. I want to thank you, the Zoning Commission, for your careful and rigorous review and support, my board, the community leaders that you've heard from, and my staff that have all made this possible. And a special thank you to Alderman Scott Jr. who's probably one of our biggest champions, one of our largest voices around fundraising, and who understands the importance of helping men and women who've lost jobs or can't get their foot in the door because of the X on their back. With our new campus, there will be a bright light for those who felt left out, and we can help them create a sweet beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Palms. That was wonderful to hear about your program. And since the developers now have I think they're past their time limit, if you guys can wind up for us and give us the specifics of what you're asking us to approve, that would be really great.
Graham, you're on mute.
My mic shows that I'm good.
You're on.
Next slide, please. You've seen the zoning map. Next slide. You've seen the uses. Next slide. You've seen the site. I'd like to ask Larry Kearns to give a very, very quick overview. Thank you, Larry.
Sure. So this is the site plan, just to orient you on this site plan. North is to the left, Homan is on the bottom of the drawing, and this shows the existing building. In addition, to the west, a public plaza to the right of the building, and then a private walled garden. Next slide, please. This is that private walled garden that will be an extension of the community room. Next slide. This is the first floor. The center of the building is actually the workspace for Sweet Beginnings. To the bottom of that, along Homan, is the Worker Bee Cafe that acts as a glue that glues in together Wintrust space to the upper left and the community room to the upper right. Next slide, please. This is a view of that Sweet Beginnings workspace that is the center of the entire ground floor. Has visibility on all sides. This is the Michael Scott Sr. community room with a view out into the walled Peace Garden. Next slide. This is the second floor, which will be dominated by the administrative spaces, the office workforce development to the east on the upside of the drawing, to the top of the drawing, and the office and administration on the bottom of the drawing with other education spaces. Next slide, please. This is the roof plan, really just highlighting the area for the rooftop apiary will actually be placed on top of Wintrust's existing drive-through there that will be rebirthed. Next slide. These are all four elevations. The one on the bottom is the elevation facing Homan, formerly without many windows at all, and now extroverted, looking out and welcoming to the community. That's the Worker Bee Cafe entry. This is a quick view of the public access. Really, the Worker Bee Cafe is, again, the glue that holds everything together. So that is all public, as well as the entry to the right, which is the main entry for North Lawndale Employment Network. Next slide, please. This is a view from the corner of Grenshaw and Homan, looking towards North Lawndale's main entry and into that public garden and plaza. We will maintain the city requirement for the green matrix requiring achieving 50 points by exceeding the energy code, reducing our indoor water use, all the planting and bike parking.
Ethan, we can go very quickly. We had 2 community meetings. Next slide. Next slide. Ariel, next slide. Next slide, another view, next slide, next slide, next slide. We are unaware of any opposition to this project. We thank you very much for your support. Ethan?
And DPD has concluded this proposal is appropriate for the site, and DPD supports this development for all the following reasons.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And again, we appreciated hearing not only specifics of the recommendation, but the details of the impetus and the function that this will play in the community, or has played and will play. And I might add, I've had lots of this honey. Do I have any questions from the commissioners of the staff or applicant?
Commissioner Burnett.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And Commissioner Novara.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, thank you, yes.
Yeah, so I just have a comment. I just like to commend the Department of Planning for great use of neighborhood opportunity funds. It fills me with joy to see that funds like this is going to help a community area and organization that has a holistic philosophy of helping the community and helping everyone. I think this is fantastic. I think it's going to bring a lot to the community. I commend the alderman. He's doing such a great job, and I know his dad is smiling down on him. And I think it's such an honor for them to do that for Michael Scott, a senior who was such a great man and contributed a lot to the city of Chicago. So just congratulations and kudos to everyone on this project.
Fantastic. Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to welcome Alderman Scott. He's here with us. And before I go to him, I'm going to get further questions from commissioners. Commissioner Novara is next, and then probably we can go to the alderman. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Oh.
Yeah, so Brenda, I just wanted to give a personal congratulations to you. 21 years ago, I was an intern in North Lawndale, and Deborah let me use her cubicles at Sinai Community Institute, and I would often end up next to you when you were newly arrived in North Lawndale, and back then it was just you and Lee Weems, and so I'm so pleased to hear you say that you have 73 employees. That's amazing. And really what also strikes me is that you've been in this role building this community for 21 years. That's really incredible. And I just want to personally thank you for your commitment, both to the work you're doing and the community that you're doing it in, which means a lot to me as well. So congratulations on this. It's really exciting to see what we all knew as the bank building become a bank building again, as it should, and then to have it be all these other incredible uses as well. And thanks for the support from colleagues like Richard, Deborah, Kevin. So congratulations to you and to Alderman Scott on this great project and your great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think that's a great great segue into hearing from. Okay, I was going to go to the alderman, but I've got a couple more hands. Let me go ahead and go to the alderman, and then I'll go to Commissioner Villegas and Commissioner Brumfield. And by the way, for the record, Commissioner Villegas did come in with us. It's been now, I guess, about a half hour that he's been here with us. So let me get Commissioner Villegas, Brumfield, and then I'm going to go to Alderman Scott, and then we'll come back to the commissioners.
Madam Chair, if I don't mind if you want the other commissioners to ask questions, I don't mind waiting.
Okay, normally we'll do that, and then we'll give you a chance to kind of respond to anything that maybe gets said, and that way it's not quite the last word, but at least it's sort of a sweep hitter. So, all right, go ahead, Commissioner Villegas then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also just give congratulations to my colleague, Michael Scott, for leading the charge and developing on the West Side. And this is just a great use of neighborhood opportunity funds, and really demonstrates that the goals as relates to minority women-owned business enterprise goals are very realistic and can be not just attained, but surpassed when there's a commitment from the community and also from developers to make sure that they're investing money and doing work in the communities, that it's a reflection of the community where they're doing the work in. And so I just want to give kudos to Michael Scott for really, as well as the executive team at North Lawndale, for making sure that the developer that is doing work on the west side of the city took into account, and I'm sure the alderman really wanted to make sure that the workers and the contractors reflected the community where they're doing work in. And so that's my comment. This is a great project, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Brumfield.
I'll keep my comments brief. Again, we just want to congratulate North Lawndale and Alderman Scott on this fantastic project. I just have one request. This is just such a powerful story and just such a powerful story around partnership, persistence, as well as, how, projects like this could actually come together. It would be great if you could find a way to elevate and celebrate the work that you've done, the work that you're going to do. This is not only about communities in Chicago, but there are other communities across the country in the Midwest who are looking for examples of how things like this get done. So this is just fantastic. I'm excited for the community, for everyone involved. I'd love to touch in the specific detail on the digital component that you're adding here, because all of our communities, especially in this pandemic, are in dire need of that access. So if anything, if I just had a request, is just find a way to elevate this story beyond Chicago, because there are others who are looking for these type of examples that they could actually build on. Just fantastic work. Incredibly happy to see this.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox, followed by Commissioner Moore.
Let me see. Yes. I just again want to acknowledge the partnership that brought this about. Mrs. Palms with the alderman. It was such a pleasure to see this come in front of us as a Neighborhood Opportunity Fund awardee, and I'm really just fascinated how an organization has been able to take a workforce, job training program and infuse it with mixed use that actually creates an amenity for residents. I actually had to stand in front of the bank building to give an Uber driver an actual address where they could pick us up. And now to know that I would probably be sitting in a cafe waiting for that Uber driver to arrive, it's a very big deal for a community to see a parking lot be converted into a public space, really a plaza. And so I just thank you for understanding that folks need a place to gather, both indoors and outdoors. And I think this building and the way you've configured it will be a hive of activity, both inside and outside. And I think we'll look back and realize this was the anchor to the transformation of that entire shopping center. And so it's a wonderful story. I agree with Commissioner Brumfield, and I assume that you will be documenting it, because there are a lot of workforce and job training organizations across the country that don't have this story to tell. And I think it's a model, certainly, whether you go there to get training or seek a job, people will be coming to this and they'll know it as a place, a great place to hear a really incredible story, of these honey and the bee angle on this, which, for a lot of folks, bees are a kind of very off-putting insect, but normalizing it and making it actually a source of jobs and is just a fantastic approach. So I commend the partnership that brought this about, and I'm thrilled to support it.
Commissioner Moore.
Hi, I'll be brief. Brenda, hi. I just want to applaud you for your leadership and all your hard work in North Lawndale over the years, and the leaders that you work with, Kevin, Richard, and Rodney. All you guys work together to revitalize North Lawndale, and I think it's wonderful. I think you working on the physical environment, the people environment, and the social environment, and all those things working together will really help boost that community, and we are so glad you're there. And please invite us all to the open house.
Commissioner Shaw. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to commend the applicant, and I wanted to commend Alderman Scott. These are great projects. And, one of the things I love about this is, being on Plan Commission, you get so many things that are business oriented and some things that are community oriented. And at the end of the day, we're always trying to make a difference for people in our communities. But I love the warmth of this. I love what it's doing. I know Alderman Scott has been excited to do good things for members of his community for quite some time. And I also knew Alderman Scott's father as well. And he was the thing that I remember, you remember this as a young female entrepreneur, somebody who actually paid attention to you and was kind to you. And it's one of those things that, what you're doing, the work you're doing is carrying on the legacy. Alderman Scott's carrying on that legacy in a community for kids that need it and for a community that needs it. So I'm honored to have this presentation here, and I'm looking forward to seeing this as it grows and develops. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, you can certainly see the enthusiastic support for this project from the commissioners. And I want to just add a couple of things very briefly. I mean, I agree on the notion about this being a really important model. As somebody who does community development work and is aware of a lot of the national programs that are out there. And I also want to, again, I think I mentioned that I eat this honey. I've been at events where you've had your honey, and the honey is really good.
Yes.
But I really like that you also are doing bees is a really important aspect of our ability to just remain on this planet.
Yeah.
And I think the extent to which we're providing environment for bees to thrive, right, and then to get the product from that. I mean, you're contributing to North Lawndale, but you're contributing overall to all of us worldwide in doing that. So there's so many reasons to applaud and to congratulate you. So thank you so much. Alderman Michael Scott, you've been hearing all these accolades. What say you, Alderman Scott? Welcome to the Plan Commission.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And thank you to all the commissioners. And thank you to Brenda and her staff and all the hard work that she's done. It is really easy, as Chairman Villegas talked about, making sure that the community is involved and making sure we exceed those goals that are put forth by the city. It's really easy when you have a partner that is willing and committed to the community in which she serves. I look at Brenda and the North Lawndale Employment Network as a partner in what I'm trying to do on the west side of Chicago. And every time I ask of her and ask of the North Lawndale Employment Network, they always make sure that they exceed the bar in which it's set. And so again, it is so very easy to get these things done when you have willing partners like them. As many of you heard in the beginning, the community is really excited about this proposal that is coming to North Lawndale. To have a cafe that you can sit and have coffee and to have this open space and to have a community room named after my father, which is I think rather spectacular. It's just a great opportunity for my community. And so I'm just so appreciative of the work that they continue to do. And I don't want to belabor the point because there were so many points that were made. I will give you guys a quick story about the work that they do in this community. There's a guy who is a football coach in North Lawndale who happened to have served his time and done great work after he had gotten out, but he had found a very hard time trying to get a job. And so he went to the North Lawndale Employment Network to seek employment. And it didn't stick the first time, but he stayed with it and he went back and went through the U-turn permitted program again. And he began the logistics and transportation and driving. And because of his work on the football team, I kind of met him. I coached on this football team as well, and learned of him as a person and learned about the hard work that he does and saw all of the hard work that he put into this community and the children in which he served. And because of the relationship that we had gotten together when I started running for alderman. He kind of helped along on the campaign. And to fast forward now, he is the chief operating officer within my ward office because of the great things that he's done in the community. And every time people ask him, you know, how did you get here from where you came? And the first thing that he says is the North Lawndale Employment Network was a big part in what I've done. And so if they can do that for people in my community, I think that it is something not to shake a stick at and to be applauded. And just as the commissioner, I forgot commissioner's name, but he talked about amplifying this. If you guys can do that, I think it is a great story to tell. And I will invite all of you guys. I know Brenda hasn't, but she has a tea in May that you guys should all be a part of. You get a chance to see the great stories that come from the North Lawndale Employment Network, and you also get a chance to taste the great honey. I don't think that the chairwoman did the honey justice and talk about how good it is. I would argue to say it is the best honey in the United States. It comes right from the west side of Chicago.
Right on. Thank you so much, Alderman. All right, so who's gonna jump in first and make the motion on the proposed amendment?
So
to plan-
moved, Commissioner Novara.
All right.
I can buy more.
Let me just finish reading it so we have
Oh,
it.
sorry.
No, I love it.
We're
Okay.
excited.
Yes.
No, it's an exciting project, and it's one of those, you know, feel-good projects we're happy to have. The plan development number 177 submitted by the North Lawndale Employment Network for the property generally located at 111 South Homan Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval, and it's moved by Commissioner Moore. So who's jumping in for that second?
Novara.
Commissioner Novara. Oh yes, as
Thanks,
somebody
Marissa.
who has
I
the.
think it was actually the reverse.
Oh, was it? All right. So Commissioner Novara has the motion and Commissioner Moore the second on that.
Thanks, Deborah.
All right.
You're
So
welcome.
now, did I get that? Okay. So now I need to do the roll call. Commissioner Biaggi,
An enthusiastic yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
All right. Sorry. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody's ready on this one. Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
We have a proxy yes for Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novara,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman stepped away. I assume we'll be back. Commissioner Reyes,
Of course, yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbuck. The motion passes.
Yes.
Congratulations to everybody involved in this project.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Congratulations,
Cordova and
Brenda.
Commissioners,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Okay, now we're going back to what was originally item D1, still is item D1 in your papers there. We're going to have an informative presentation by, in fact, this is a really great segue because this is about a citywide plan. We're having city staff speak to us, and you know, the basis of these citywide plans is going to be what's going on in the neighborhoods, right? And how do we build from what people are doing for themselves to incorporate that into a citywide perspective on this. So this is great segue. So this is an informative presentation about the recommendation of the COVID-19 Recovering Task Force to consider a citywide plan over the next several years to address continued growth and sustainability. The plan would guide future decision-making by all levels of Chicago government, with a focus on resiliency, equity, and diversity in policies and practice. The planning process would include a community engagement program that would provide an opportunity for all Chicagoans to provide meaningful input and participate in its creation and implementation. This affects all wards citywide. Deputy Commissioner, did I get that right? Eleanor Gorski will introduce Kathy Dickett from the Departments of Planning and Development.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Good morning. I am Eleanor Gorski, the first Deputy Commissioner with the Department of Planning and Development. And we are pleased to share with you today the framework for a citywide plan. The need for a citywide plan was discussed during Mayor Lightfoot's transition and was a recommendation, as the chair mentioned, in her transition report. And the need for a plan has also become more evident with the challenges that the city has faced this year. And the need for a citywide plan was therefore reaffirmed in recommendations from the post-COVID recovery task force. And that report came out in June. DPD has been asked to lead this effort, answering such questions like, what does a plan look like for Chicago today? What would the goals be? How do we measure success? And most importantly, who are our partners in this endeavor? So over the past year, DPD has been researching other recent city planning efforts and interviewing folks from other cities that have gone through this experience. We have met with planning leaders in Chicago and academia, professionals, and community leaders in the planning movement. Strong partners and our fellow city departments and sister agencies were assembled to contribute and help steer this effort. Kathy Dickett, Deputy Commissioner with the department, will discuss our community engagement partners and thought leaders in more detail in the presentation. But at this time, I also wanted to acknowledge Bloomberg Associates and Edelman for their pro bono assistance in initiating and launching this effort in Chicago. So we are eager to engage the greater city in this effort, and this presentation kicks off that process. So again, Kathy Dickett, the Deputy Commissioner from DPD, will now lead off this informational presentation. And we'll be happy to answer questions and have a dialogue with you at the end. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. I am pleased to provide this presentation. And yes, here it is. So I will provide a brief introduction of the how and why and the now, followed with a brief overview, very brief, of some of our past plans, and then how we intend to begin. We face many challenges today with our health, inequities, jobs, and changing climate. But we are a resilient and active community. We should use this moment to plan for our future, empower ourselves, and evaluate options that will move us toward a better future. We will create a document that residents contribute to and recognize as a guiding vision for the city's future and informs priorities for government programs, investments, and projects.
Yeah, Kathy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your slides aren't showing up on
My
screen.
slides aren't showing up. I do apologize for that. I'm trying to share screen. Host disabled, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Are they showing up now?
Not yet.
No, why is that?
You've been enabled to share screen, so you should be able to now.
Right, and I have it on my, well, I do have it up on my desktop. And
Try again, because
I shall do that. I will. Let me try one more share screen. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. I realize where that happened. All right. So the challenge is the community. So this is where I left. So sorry about that. So Mayor Lightfoot, as Eleanor noted when she came in, called for a citywide plan, both to address remaining a world-class city and investing in families, neighborhoods, and to the end of violence. And civic organizations and individuals had also been calling for a citywide plan for some time. This year has been challenging. COVID is a day-to-day struggle, especially in brown and black neighborhoods. The necessary shutdowns are causing economic and mental health hardships, looting, and a changing climate is producing more extreme and more frequent weather events. Now, there are many ways to approach a citywide plan, and we can begin by looking at what Chicagoans have addressed in other citywide plans. And here are two examples. The 1966 Comprehensive Plan, and you can see the topics that they were addressing, and the 1984 Chicago Works Together Development Plan, and you can see the topics that were addressed in that plan. Today, we're going to start by asking Chicagoans to help frame what those topics are. And that's what we intend to do this fall. We will also integrate work underway, such as the Chicago Department of Public Health, soon to be released, Healthy Chicago 2025 vision, which was created with a wide range of partners last year and provides goals for improving the health of all of our citizens. So at this time, we have several partners and approaches in place. On the left is a list of some of the tools that we will use. And on the right, you'll see the partnership to date. So as Eleanor stated, the Planning Department is leading this initiative along with the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events. We are collaborating with other city departments and we expect that to continue and deepen. We have 2 regional partners at the moment, the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning and the Metropolitan Planning Council, and both are here today. There are other organizations currently interested in joining the partnership. We've heard from Urban Land Institute, Trust for Public Land, Civic Exchange, Elevated Chicago, Lambda Alpha, and we encourage others to join. Now for a very brief look at some of our planning history. But first I must say, just as COVID and peaceful protests require us to reckon with race now, we will need to look at our planning past to reckon with those ideas and the impacts of those ideas. This is something we will do as we move forward. But right now, briefly, the history, the plan that Chicago is most known for is the 1909 Plan of Chicago. It presented a magnificent vision expressed in the design terms of the day. There was a plan commission established to implement that vision, and they worked on that for the next 30 years. And one of the largest, most important results was the creation of our most treasured natural resource, the lakefront, which is open and free to all. The plans after World War II were different. The creation of the National Highway System dramatically changed the Chicago landscape. People, places, and businesses that were in the way were removed. The term blight begins to be assigned in the 1946 plan to places. The federal government also provides money for blight in order to improve and create modern housing. And again, people are moved. By the 1950s, the suburbs are rapidly growing and Chicago focuses on maintaining a vital central core. By the 60s, people in Chicago were protesting all this removal of their homes, those special places, those businesses. The federal government passed laws such as the National Historic Preservation Act, which values existing buildings and places. During this time, Chicago embarked on a comprehensive plan, the 1964 Policies Plan and the 1966 Comprehensive Plan, which are a set. White people were leaving the city, Black people were moving here. And planning was then an established profession, and the plan document reflects that. In the 70s, there were plans to further protect the lakefront and to start to address the river, which had been overlooked. During the mid-80s, under Mayor Harold Washington, another citywide plan was created with a focus on the neighborhoods and the needs of the residents. And over the past 20 or so years, the city has produced numerous plans. Policy plans have addressed issues such as manufacturing, the inland waterways, and vacant land. Other plans have identified specific actions for transportation, open space, and commercial corridors. But as you can see from these 2 maps, even if you put them together, the plans would not address the entire city. And more importantly, often one topic was not integrated with other topics. So one set of plans that did integrate a range of topics in a geographic area were the central area plans. Begun in the early 2000s, the city initiated these plans in the anticipation of downtown growth. And indeed, since 2002, Chicago's Loop, like city centers across the country, have added jobs at a faster rate than the suburbs, a reversal of that 50-year trend. During the same time, community plans have been developed with the assistance of LISC Chicago, Great Cities Institute at the University of Illinois Chicago, and the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. And these involved hundreds of organizations. Those plans represent the values and priorities of those neighborhoods and will form the basis of the citywide plan. We start by proposing 3 basic principles to guide a citywide plan: equity, resiliency, and diversity. These 3 principles can be applied to most things. The meaning of these words and how they would guide a citywide plan will need to be discussed this fall. And on the November ballot, Chicagoans will be asked, in creating its citywide plan for continued growth and sustainability, should the city of Chicago place equal focus on the goals of resiliency, equity, and diversity? This is the proposed schedule, and you will note 2 main things. One, it's expected to be about a 3.5-year process. It's also intended to be presented both to this body and to City Council for approval at 2 different stages. So in the fall of 21, we intend to prepare a policy plan that explores the topics we are trying to define this year and provides background goals, metrics, and recommendations for review and approval. Then in the fall of 22, we intend to prepare an action plan that would then start to address infrastructure and capital investments, priorities and processes for neighborhood land use plans, recommendations for other policies and programs, maybe zoning and TIF recommendations. Moving forward from there, the intent is for the plan to be used for the annual city budget allocations and to provide annual reports on progress as measured by established metrics. And many of those metrics are already being presented or will be presented by the Department of Public Health. There are a range of activities currently being planned for this fall, September and October, but this is just the start. So the Metropolitan Planning Council will be hosting workshops in partnership with this effort to bring together people from Chicago and from other cities who have recently undertaken citywide plans, and you'll hear about that in a minute. CMAP will develop a civic coordination framework, which they will also explain in a few minutes. DCASE and its artist-led team will begin. We expect the partnership, well, that happens in October. We expect the partnership to grow and that there will be additional engagement co-designed with communities starting in September, and I would expect that to continue throughout the process. And then later in October, DPD will host forums on topics and the topics that we'll discuss this fall for the plan that have been informed by this partnership and others. So as we begin this journey, we will do this knowing we are located at the heart of this country and that we are the largest city in the Midwest. People from around the region, the world come to Chicago to visit, explore, and learn. We are a fun, creative, and innovative people. It's our home. And we need to create a better future together. So now I will turn it over to Christina Harris of Metropolitan Planning Council, who will be followed by Stephanie Pfeiffer of the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. And that will end our presentation. Christina's on mute.
Sorry, double mute. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Harris, the Director of Land Use and Planning at the Metropolitan Planning Council. Thanks, Kathy, for providing that presentation. MPC is supportive of Mayor Lightfoot's goal to change how the city listens and responds to local needs. We are here as a partner to the City of Chicago and the Department of Planning and Development as we collectively create the first citywide plan since 1966. As an 86-year-old policy and planning organization, MPC believes planning is essential to set a blueprint for investments in neighborhoods and build a city that is more resilient, equitable, and prosperous, one that works for everyone. As an active partner this fall, MPC will host a workshop series to bring together city stakeholders to collaborate on developing a process for participatory citywide planning efforts next year. The central goal of these workshops is to learn from other cities that have successfully created and implemented citywide and comprehensive plans. Learning from their challenges and successes can help set Chicago on a course to think differently about our plan and not encounter the same struggles that others have faced. We look forward to convening these workshops in late September, as well as working with DPD and the rest of the city on other efforts around additional stakeholder engagement in October. And now I will turn it over to the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you, Kathy, for your intro presentation. I am Stephanie Pfeiffer. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Planning for CMAP. And CMAP is really excited to be part of this monumental process the City of Chicago is undertaking to develop a modern day citywide plan. The role of CMAP as the region's comprehensive planning organization is to develop and now implement the ON2 2050 plan, the regional plan for the Chicago region. And to do this, we collaborate and provide technical assistance to communities to develop plans and strategies to incorporate those principles of ON2 2050 to address local and regional challenges. We are assisting DPD along with the other partners, starting with the development of a civic coordination framework. This will happen in September. The guide will establish resource groups made up of subject matter experts and civic organizations to be engaged throughout the planning process. And this is just part of the holistic approach to providing engagement that is respectful, inclusive, accessible, and continuous throughout the process. When implemented, the Civic Coordination Framework can provide a mechanism to facilitate sharing of knowledge, solicitation of feedback, accountability, and forging strong linkages to promote continued civic participation in the implementation of the citywide plan. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Do commissioners have any questions of staff at this time? I'm going to my participants to see any hands. This is for information only, but also it's really a chance for us to make any comments. Okay, Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I just wanted to frame this a little bit from my perspective. I was really taken by the willingness of the Mayor Lightfoot, to take on this issue about what kind of city do we want to be. We are the beneficiaries of other visionaries who have planned this the city well. Every time I bike along the lakefront, I thank Daniel Burnham and the wisdom of making a lakefront truly democratic and public. And I'm also constantly reminded, so what's going to be our legacy as we try to build a city that reflects the challenges that we face during our time. And so I think the framing of this in terms of resiliency and equity and diversity, I think speaks to our time. And hopefully, if we do our work well, we won't be looking 50 years from now and asking the question that often we ask from 1966 to today: how did this city become so segregated? How did we allow our urban policies to be so race-based to the point where it's created gross inequities across the geography that we are trying to deal with every single day? And the challenge is, we are called to make progress on trying to create a more equitable city, but we are hamstrung by the rules and policies that we've inherited. And so it is time to have a citywide conversation about the city that we want to create, the legacy we want to create. And I think this, we will. Chicago is our venue. And I just, I want to applaud our first deputy commissioner and Kathy Duckett for being, tenacious and doggedly determined to take Mayor Lightfoot's directive and turn it into something actionable. And that actionable is really, really important because I was surprised to find that the plan of 1966 was never formally adopted by the Plan Commission or by the City Council, or that the effort under Mayor Washington in 1984 was never adopted. And so the difference here is we are going to go from vision to action, and we are going to be looking for the Plan Commission to adopt this. And just as importantly, if not more importantly, that our City Council adopt our work so that the community will be armed with a consensus that this is the direction that we want to go and this is the legacy we want to leave. So I'm just super excited to see this happen. I know it's challenging to sustain a citywide conversation across what might be years. But I am super confident that the partners that we've assembled will allow us to reach every corner of this community. And I think I'm ready for it. I'm just so pleased that Chicago is ready for it, and that we have a chance to really stand back and look at the city, that we want to create. So thank you for the work. I'm looking forward to the conversation that we will have, and multiple conversations we will have at the Plan Commission. And just want to also just thank the staff for their effort of framing this so well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osterman.
I too want to just commend the effort and say it's important that we have a citywide plan. I think I use the word of Commissioner Cox, which is a sense of urgency. So if there's issues that there's consensus of within the community, I think it's important to take action on those as we develop the plan. So it's important to have a citywide framework, but I think there's a sense of urgency in every corner of our city to help lift up neighborhoods. And I think we should focus on that as we develop the long-term plan. Thank you.
That's a really interesting thought there. And I guess I would ask the staff to think about, and maybe even to talk with us also about ways that might happen. I think that's a really good point, Commissioner. I don't want us to lose that. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Lyons, and then Commissioner Ray, Commissioner Searle, Lyons, and Shaw. Go ahead, Commissioner Searle.
I wanted to thank the Commissioner Cox for his comments. I think what we've seen for so many years in the city are these geographic and zoning separators that divide the city, and having these goals of resiliency, equity, and diversity are fabulous. And out of those, we want connectivity, equal open space in all of our neighborhoods, and we want affordability. And those come right out of those three goals. So whatever we can do to identify what some of these issues are. I've noticed for a long time that there are certain manufacturing or industrial developed districts that separate white neighborhoods from Black neighborhoods, or whatever other neighborhoods there are, but
Latino neighborhoods, I think.
Or Latino neighborhoods, right? So we need to look at these carefully and see, because we're now losing some of those manufacturing districts anyway, or industrial zones, how do we make these connections stronger? So this will be a great effort, and thanks for initiating it.
Actually, Commissioner Searle, thank you so much for raising that. And before I call on Commissioner Lyons, I think that's a really important point about the impact of the industrial areas and the manufacturing. And I think it's really important for us to be extremely mindful of the fact that we're not losing those, at least what has been in the last decade or so, a couple of decades, and maybe longer, but are still have been there. We're not losing them. They're moving from predominantly white neighborhoods into being concentrated into primarily Latino neighborhoods on the southwest and southeast side. And in addition to strong populations of Latinos, which are the majority in those neighborhoods, also African-American neighborhoods. So this is what is referred to as an environmental racism. And this is a term that has been talked about now as part of an environmental justice movement, national, international movement that talks about the disproportionate impact of waste and facility siting and the siting of heavy industrial in certain neighborhoods. And so what's happening in the city, and I think our commission really needs to be mindful of this, is that as heavy industrial areas are being moved out of the north side, they're being concentrated in areas that are already overly burdened with, besides truck traffic, they're overburdened with heavy metals. They're burdened with a lot of the residue that was left over from some of the previous heavy industrial age. And in fact, that really points also to a bigger question that the city probably needed to have dealt with a century ago, but still needs to deal with, which is what is the expectation or what are the requirements that we can put on those facilities when they leave? Because in a lot of cases, they up and left. and didn't do any cleanup and left it behind. And so we're still seeing seepage, we're still seeing some contamination. And I think when we live up here in the Loop, we might not always be, or in other neighborhoods might not always be aware of what some of the issues are that some of these folks in these neighborhoods are dealing with. And I think that as we do this citywide plan and as we become more aware of one another's neighborhoods, this is an absolute must for us. I mean, we cannot ignore that while we get to improve neighborhoods in some parts of the city, other people are bearing the heavy disproportionate of impact on that. So thank you for raising the issue of the industrial and the manufacturing. And actually along those lines, and let me just add my own comment here about other things we need to look at in the citywide plan is, and I think Kathy Dickert mentioned, for example, that we are centrally located. Our central location has also always meant that we're a very important transportation hub, and we always have been. And we're seeing a resurgence of that. And similarly, there are some neighborhoods that are also bearing the disproportionate impact of that, with respect to truck traffic, for example. With respect to the fumes, there's a lot of health data that shows that those neighborhoods have higher incidences of asthma, health-related diseases, or excuse me, air pollution-related diseases. You know, the roads are not maintained. A lot of that truck traffic goes through residential areas. So these are the kinds of things that we sometimes don't want to include because they're tough issues, they're hard issues. They're sort of the invisible people to us in a sense, invisible neighborhoods to a sense, while we applaud, you know, all the nice things happening in other neighborhoods. So this is really, if we're really going to do a citywide plan, we've got to remember that these neighborhoods are part of the city as well. And we're going to have to deal with these issues. They're tough, they're going to be tough, but we're going to really have to deal with how do we protect those neighborhoods from having to bear the disproportionate impact while everybody else can enjoy the benefits of the economic activity that comes with this. They shouldn't be having to pay such a hard price for everyone else. With that, let me go to Commissioner Lyons, then Reyes, and then back to, and then we'll go to Commissioner Burnett, and then back to Eleanor. Go ahead, Commissioner Lyons.
No, thank you. And thank you to the staff for this presentation and, you know, for everyone for taking this up. It's just incredibly exciting to think about, you know, taking this on. And I think there's no better time or more necessary time than right now as we're sort of facing this crisis. I think about, you know, on my heart right now is the thousands of people who are laid off, who can't afford food, thousands of hospitality workers in particular, the folks that are my organization represents. And I just think about our city's future, and I can't think of a better time to really take that on as a city together, being moved by those three values. And so I feel honored to be a part of this conversation. And, you know, I would just ask if there's anything that these commissioners can do to help move this process. Would just offer whatever is helpful. I'd love to know how we can continue to be, you know, supportive and engaged in this incredibly important project. So I'll leave it at that. And you know, I think just on my heart are the people who are working and laid off, and sort of thinking about the impact of jobs and economic development as we move forward, and would just encourage that to be included as we think about sort of a broader vision for our city.
Yeah.
So
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lyons. You know, I think, you know, part of the importance of your presence on this commission is for you to raise those very kinds of issues. And I think, you know, we can't, you know, ever thank enough, right, the people who really were at such severe risk, right, to help us get through, or helping us to get through this. And that includes, you know, besides the folks, the delivery folks and the warehouse workers, it really involves a lot of those folks that are related to the food and food service and restaurant workers and so on. So thank you for representation and bringing that. And I think as we also, I think as we also work on this plan, being mindful, and we're not always used to doing this, but thinking about as fully as we can the connection between jobs, economic development, and land use, right? We often think of we have land use document, and then we have economic development strategies. And it's an interesting challenge to think about the many ways that potentially we can link the two. And so I think keeping that at the forefront of our discussion is really valuable too. So thank you for bringing that forward. Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you. Briefly, I just want to echo what Commissioner Cox, Commissioner Lyons, and you, Madam Chair, have indicated. This is truly amazing, historic. I mean, I'm still learning about the Chicago history. So finding out that the last plan that we had was in 1966, that was a long time ago. So I truly believe, for all the reasons that everybody had presented, that this is the right time to do it. I just want to request that, as we mentioned, engagement, community engagement, stakeholders, civic coordination framework, that we truly make an effort to work with the community at all the different levels. And I think within the commissioners of this, the Chicago Plan Commission, there are many of us that we will be happy to help in any way that we can. Because for this plan to be successful and not just to become a book in a bookshelf, I think we truly need to strive for community participation, community engagement, especially because of what Commissioner Lyons says. There is a lot of people right now from our communities that are hurt. And it is important that we hear first voice from them. So I really commend you, but at the same time, I urge you that this plan, this civic plan, truly, truly represents all of us in the city of Chicago.
You know, and that's going to be tougher too. There's going to be a lot of challenges for the planning staff during, while we move towards the other end of this pandemic. So you're going to have more challenges, staff. So it's important that we do it. On the other hand, there's probably innovative things that we can do with this condition, with respect to not being able to meet physically. Commissioner Reyes, this point about not having a plan since 1966, when I taught classes on community development or planning, one of the first things I always tell students, okay, let's pull up the comprehensive plan. That's a starting point. What has the city defined for itself? And I remember going, what do you mean we haven't had a plan since 1966, or there's no current comprehensive plan? So one of the things maybe too, Eleanor, that you can address is why is this a city plan and not a comprehensive plan? I know we've talked about that, but maybe something you can address. Commissioner Burnett, I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna let Eleanor respond to all the various comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd just like to commend the Department of Planning on putting together this plan. Of course, over my over 25 years, I've worked on several plans in different spots. And I think I even worked on the last Central Area Plan. And it's only fitting that we look at plans, because everything evolves and everything changes with all of these plans. But also looking at, just with all of this marching going on and unfortunately the looting and the not understanding the economics of downtown from folks from the community, I think it's great to have a community plan where everyone can look at everything and understand how we're all one city, how what affects one of us in any part of the city affects all of us. And I hope that, in doing these plans, that we put forth a strong effort on getting young people involved and engaged in this, especially, some of the young people who may be out marching and advocating for different things right now. I think, there's listening to some of the comments on the news and everything. There's a disconnect on understanding how we're all in this together, how when downtown don't make money, there's less tax dollars going into other parts of the community, so we need to understand how certain things benefit us, how development benefit us, how green space benefit us, and good schools benefit us. And I think instead of people just knowing about their block and just knowing about their neighborhood, I think it's very important for folks to know about the city. People have these preconceived notions, and I've been blessed to have lived in all sides of the city. But people have these preconceived notions of certain communities, and to be quite honest, most communities are pretty much the same with their concerns, but some may have more money than others, and some may have a certain group of people, different than others. But if we could, make us all look at the whole city and recognize that we're all part of this whole city. And I think that's good. I think this is a good thing. I know the MPC have been doing plans, and I'm glad to see MPC and the Department of Planning working together on a broader base. I like to also encourage, and you're probably doing this already, of course, include every organization, but I know LIST at one time did a whole bunch of plans in different communities with a lot of different community groups. And I think those things should be considered. So again, I like to be involved. I love doing these type of things. I think, listening to people and hearing what they think and want and their desires. I think their plans give people a goal and foresight, and it motivates them to start doing things. So I think it's a good thing. And I like to commend everyone that's involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm wondering too because I think this point you make about how we're all interconnected in the city is really important. And as you say, what happens or doesn't happen downtown is going to affect affects the other neighborhoods. But at the same time, what doesn't happen or what does happen in the neighborhoods also affects the city as a whole and people in other neighborhoods. So it's really in everybody's interest, for example, that we have healthy and vibrant neighborhoods where people have access to the things that they need and are able to live safe and productive and happy lives, right? And so the issue around disinvestment and the work that's being done in Invest Southwest is really important also for the overall health of the city. So I'm wondering if there can be some language in this plan that gets at that sort of point the commissioner is making about how we're all in this together. And then just highlighting something else the commissioner said, and I appreciated seeing you guys had added this, which is that you're building on, in addition to previous citywide efforts like Central Area or like even the Burnham Plan, which I agree with Commissioner Cox. Man, I'm always thanking them too for that public space and for the boulevards and all the other things we get because of the Burnham Plan. But this idea of building on other plans and what other neighborhoods have defined for themselves. I think it would be really folly for us to try to ignore what people have gone through planning processes to define that they want for themselves. So I was really glad to see that slide. And then also one of the things you put up and one of the images you had was the one on the southeast side, that framework to how to look at an area where there are a lot of environmental justice issues. So you might want to check that one out. Anyway, I mean, I'm not saying that to the planning staff. I'm saying that to other, because I know you guys know that one. I'm saying that to the other commissioners. All right, so go ahead, Eleanor, if you want to.
Sure.
Various things. You've gotten a lot of kudos and a lot of ideas. So go ahead.
I appreciate the chance to respond to some of this. I've been taking notes on the various response to the commissioners. I want to start off saying that the choice of "we will" as the title of this plan is deliberate. As we started down this path in discussion with the various partners, the different planners, and as you can see from this presentation, We don't have all the answers. DPD signed up for this to be a facilitator, to be an organizer, to ensure that everyone's voice is heard and organized, and not just heard by DPD, but create a dialogue among the different neighborhoods and among the city as a whole. That is what we started with last year, and the recent events have made it obvious that that is even more important. So that is really our primary goal, and I love the offer of help from all the commissioners from all your different constituencies. That is where we really need it now. And community engagement in all forms, reaching all the different folks that you all have discussed in your comments. That is our primary purpose. We want every single person in the city to feel this is their plan and they have a say in it. So I just want to start off saying that. So unlike other city plans that, or subject specific plans that we present here at Plan Commission, this is really the very beginning and we want everyone's participation in it. So a few comments to address some of the issues that I heard. The public health partnership that we have and following the health department and their recommendations on the environmental justice issues that we're facing. We recognize that as a primary partnership that we need to have because it influences not just those neighborhoods, but also the future of industry in our city. And this will continue through our economic development discussions, as well as the basic land use planning of where these facilities are located. As you know, there are trade-offs with everything, that we do need these jobs in the city. We do need this industry in the city. That is why we were created. We're at the crossroads of the center of the country, and that's one of our strengths. How do we accomplish this safely into the future? So this is all part of the same discussion. And I think unlike in the past, whereas Kathy showed we had subject-specific plans, this all needs to be tied together. So public health absolutely will be a partner throughout this process and in those discussions. Yes, there will be a lot of pressure on planning staff, but thanks to Commissioner Cox, we've been able to lay down a framework. And again, that was deliberate, knowing this process was coming, where we have planners in every part of the city to help facilitate this dialogue, both with the aldermen. Thank you, Alderman Osterman, for your comments, Alderman Burnett, but also with the community groups in those areas. So we are hoping that our new framework will help to facilitate that discussion. And then Teresa, you asked about citywide versus comprehensive plan. And Kathy can elaborate on this further, but our understanding is in other states, comprehensive plans are state mandated. And cities, different organizations need to come up with those on a certain timely basis, and there are legal mandates for that. We do not have that same type of mandate, so we didn't want to confuse that. It's purely a term of art in planning, and that is why we're calling it a citywide plan in this case. I hope I've answered everyone's questions, and again, happy to continue the discussion if more issues come up. Thank you.
All right, no further questions from commissioners. Thank you, Eleanor and Kathy, Ms. Dickett, for being here with us. We appreciate the time. We look forward to more updates and the many ways that you're going to involve people throughout the city in putting together this citywide plan. And again, thank you also for making sure that you're going to include the various plans that people have worked very hard to create. So thank you. All right. So next on the agenda is a stretch break. No, sorry. As an agenda is a resolution recommending the approval of the Halsted Triangle Plan update. The recommendations in the update are intended to guide further growth and would supersede the Halsted Triangle Plan adopted in 2014. The plan boundaries are in the near north community area, generally bounded by Division Street to the south, North Avenue to the north, and from Halsted Street to east in the North Branch Canal to the west, 2nd and 27th wards. Cindy Robick will present the proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Hello and good morning. For the record, my name is Cindy Chan Rubik. I'm the Assistant Commissioner with the Chicago Department of Planning and Development, and I lead the Central Region. In my presentation today, I'll explain why DPD has drafted an update to the 2010 Halsted Triangle Plan, and I'll provide a summary of the contents of the plan update document. So why did we draft this update? During the North Branch Framework Plan process that we did a few years ago, we did receive multiple requests from the public to update this particular plan. And we've also had several city-led initiatives since 2010 that have impacted this area. I do want to clarify what the plan includes and what it doesn't include. The update includes summaries of new initiatives and trends, as well as guidance for future development. The update does not include any changes to the process for the public review of future developments and does not include any specific zoning ordinance or map changes. Applicants will still need to apply for any zoning changes and go through the required legislative process, just as they would have to do today. So the process for our plan update, again, it was started by receiving those requests to update the 2010 plan. And then earlier this year, the central planners gathered the current data and trends and drafted the plan update document in coordination with CDOT and CTA staff. The draft document was posted on DPD's webpage in May with an email notice of a virtual community meeting organized by DPD in mid-June and co-hosted with Alderman Burnett and Alderman Hopkins because the plan overlaps both of their ward boundaries. Over 150 people registered for the webinar and over 50 questions were submitted and responded to at the virtual meeting. Both the meeting presentation and the recording have been posted online, and public comments were incorporated into the plan update document, and it was reposted online last month. So here's the plan boundaries. Highlighted in the red dashed line. It stretches from Division Street to North Avenue and from Halsted Street to the North Branch Canal. You can see that it's just east of the Goose Island, which is a planned manufacturing district. And the area, the Halsted Triangle area does include the CTA station and North and Clybourne. So the existing predominant zoning in this area is C3-5, which does not allow residential uses. I'm going to move my, so only about 5% of the existing land in this area is currently built as residential. And most of this is accounted for by the development called Sono, which had started prior to the current underlying zoning. Here are some photos that was taken a few months ago. You can see the area has, parking lots, 1 to 2 story retail buildings, and then some blank walls, not the most pedestrian friendly area. DPD central planners, we also met and visited the waste management collection and transfer site, which is on the east bank of the Goose Island in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. So it's just west of the Halsted Triangle area. This facility is a critical service and it has operated at this location since 1970. Oops, sorry. It operates 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with over 100 garbage trucks using this site, including City of Chicago garbage trucks. Waste management utilizes odor neutralizing misters at each opening, road sweepers to clean and control dust on their private roadways during the day, and they have a third-party service to do daily rodent control. Approximately 24 semis also make 2 trips each day to transport trash from the transfer station to a landfill site in Monticello, Indiana. So this is a high-level list of some of the city-led initiatives impacting this area since 2010. The plan update document includes more detail on each of these, but I'll just summarize them quickly. The North Branch Framework Plan was adopted by this commission in 2017 and has 3 main goals: to maintain the corridor as an economic engine and vital job center, to provide better access for all transportation modes, and to enhance the area's unique natural and built environment. As part of that plan's implementation, the zoning was changed for the north and south sections of the industrial corridor to allow for a mix of uses, including residential, retail, and commercial. The core area of Goose Island remains a PMD. The Wild Mile and implementation, as well as the transit serve location ordinance, I'll talk about in the next coming slides. We did work with CDOT on this Halsted Triangle Plan update, and we've included some of their initiatives as well. To improve east-west traffic congestion, CDOT is widening the Division Street and bridges. Total cost is estimated at $68 million, and construction is expected to start by the end of 2021. The city's shared bicycle system, Divvy, was launched in 2013 very successfully and has grown to include 600 stations and over 6,000 bicycles. Rideshare has also grown 271% in recent years. Earlier this year, the city did implement a new tax structure that placed a premium on single rides during peak times and decreased rates for shared rides in the neighborhoods. CDOT published the Complete Streets Design Guidelines in 2013, which places pedestrian first in the modal hierarchy and provides standard street cross-section designs. And then their Vision Zero Action Plan was published in 2017 and outlines the city's commitment and approach to eliminating deaths by traffic crashes. And then the Affordable Housing Ordinance requires a percentage of units at affordable prices if a zoning change is granted that increases project density or allows residential use not previously allowed, or if the project involves city financial assistance. The Halsted Triangle Plan area is within the Near North ARO pilot, which is set to expire at the end of this year and requires 20% of the units at affordable prices. So the Wild Mile framework, initially envisioned in the North Branch Framework Plan, the Wild Mile will be a floating eco park located in the North Branch Canal. The Wild Mile Framework Plan was completed last June with the goals of creating a new environment for habitat, recreation, and education. The plan document was actually recently honored with an award for planning from the American Society of Landscape Architects Illinois chapter. The first phase for this project stretches from Whole Foods to REI and has been funded using $1.4 million of open space impact fees to the team of Neighbor Space, Near North Unity, and Urban Rivers, with construction expected to start by the end of this year. The Transit Serve Location Ordinance was adopted in 2013, updated in 2015, and expanded to select bus lines in 2019. Projects within a quarter mile of the North and Clybourne station are eligible for parking reductions, height increases, FAR increases, and MLA reductions. The station was renovated in 2010 as part of a deal with Apple, which were given advertising rights at the station in exchange for providing $4 million for this station's renovations. Ridership levels at the station and actually nearby stations and bus routes have actually been slightly declining in recent years, likely due to the increase in bicycle and rideshare usage. So this shows some of the highlights of the data and trends contained in the plan update. There's been 10% of population growth in the Near North community area compared to this whole city, which only gained 1% during that same time frame. 60% of households are one-person households, while 30% of households are families. 63% of the residents either take transit, bike, or walk to work, and only 35% of residents own a car. Retail vacancy along the Clybourne corridor has been increasing along this area. Between 2014 and 2018, the vacancy has doubled. And of course, this is expected to be worse due to the effects of the COVID pandemic. When it comes to mix of uses with multifamily residential, there are typically concerns related to traffic congestion, which is a valid concern in this area. However, it's important to keep in mind that residential uses in urban areas do have a significantly lower vehicular trip generation rate than retail uses. And the impact to neighborhood schools when adding new residential units is also important to understand. And the plan includes this information that the neighborhood schools are enrolled at efficient levels. So this is just a snippet of some of the recent projects recently either approved within the Halsted Triangle Plan area or adjacent to the Halsted Triangle Plan area. So within the plan area, we have the one-story REI store facing the North Branch Canal. And this was completed last year and includes a kayak and canoe access point. The shops at Big Deal on the top right, this was a PD approved in 2018. The climbing gym is under construction and the proposal was approved to include an 18,000 square foot pocket park with a dog park and up to 150,000 square feet of retail and commercial space. Just outside the Halsted Triangle Plan area is a mixed use development called New City, the photo on the bottom left. This was completed in 2015 and has 360,000 square feet of retail and a 19-story apartment building with 119 units. Lincoln Yards is located northwest of this plan area. The 53-acre multi-phase mixed-use master plan development was approved by City Council last April. Lincoln Yards will include 21 acres of open space and up to 14 million square feet of new commercial and residential uses. So the 2010 Halsted Triangle Plan had 12 objectives, and the plan update is proposing to revise 4 of these, which are highlighted here in red. I'll go through these each one. So the first objective is to promote connectivity between the modes, between the uses, and between the natural and built environments. Support and create opportunities for development that is compatible with and enhances the neighborhood. And then we're promoting and supporting non-residential uses, really just for properties fronting the river, given existing intensity of industrial uses on the eastern side of Goose Island. We want to provide the opportunity for a continuous river walk and connecting a non-vehicular path system. Manage traffic congestion on primary streets in the study area by focusing on a multimodal transportation solution. We want to develop a parking strategy that balances anticipated demand with minimizing traffic congestion, create pedestrian-friendly streetscapes that connect neighborhoods, create strong connections to and from the Riverwalk, encourage development compatible with the adjacent Goose Island planned manufacturing district in the buffer zone between the river and Kingsbury Street, promote design excellence consistent with urban design best practices and department policies, promote sustainable development practices, and develop a neighborhood wayfinding system. So this is a map kind of graphically depicting the plan recommendations, the buffer zone between the North Branch Canal to Kingsbury, where the plan encourages compatible uses with nearby Goose Island. And so, for example, the department would not support residential, daycare, hospital, school, or outdoor dining or outdoor entertainment uses within this area. And then the east of Kingsbury, we are encouraging a mixed use zone. So we would consider future zoning changes to promote a mix of uses, including residential. However, for new PD projects, we do want to, again, prioritize alternative modes of transportation. So the applicants would be asked to provide a traffic and parking study. We want to improve the pedestrian experience. We want to make sure we have high quality design and the project follows best practices in urban design as well. And depending on the number of residential units proposed, we would ask for a school impact study. And then because of the infrastructure issues related to this area, we'd be asking applicants to meet with the Office of the Board of Underground early in their design process so that we can make sure the infrastructure improvements are coordinated with all of their projects. So DPD has reviewed the Halsted Triangle Plan update objectives and recommendations and finds that these are consistent with the city's zoning ordinance and purpose and intent outlined in section 17-1-0500. The recommendation to adopt this plan update does not include recommendations to City Council to change existing zoning districts or zoning code in the plan area. By retaining the underlying C3 zoning and requiring a zoning change for each application to allow new residential uses, community and public feedback will be considered at each zoning change application requires review and approval by City Council. DPD recommends that the Halsted Triangle Plan update be approved and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. And I do want to note Alderman Hopkins was not able to join us here today, and he did submit a support letter that was included in your record for distribution.
Thank you, Ms. Rubik. That was very thorough and very interesting. Do commissioners have any questions of staff? Oops, I gotta go to my screen here and see if I see any hands. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Commissioner Burnett, would you like to make
Yes.
a comment?
Yes, thank you. One, I like to commend the folks from the Department of Planning for all the work that they've done on this. They've been very comprehensive with it and very inclusive of the community and very considerate of the other businesses across the river, which I think is great. I've been dealing with this triangle for over 25 years and it's evolving. And I think it's moving in the right direction, but at the same time, it's evolving without hurting existing businesses. I know that the Halsted Triangle organization support this plan, but except they don't want to support the buffer on the river. But the buffer on the river is what helps to protect the businesses across the river. So I appreciate the fact that we're allowing folks to expand and do different things on their property, but at the same time, we're trying to make sure we don't hurt existing businesses that's been here for a long time. I think this would be good for the current residents that's in the community. And also it would be great for all of those businesses that just recently got looted with all of this tragedy that's been going on. So with that, I ask for the committee support on it. I support it 100%.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tunney. Or thank you, Alderman.
Chairman, question for Alderman Burnett. Alderman, obviously you've been representing this neighborhood for many, many years. You talked about the 25 years in this area. For the edification of the committee members, what were some of the businesses that were historically on this Halsted Triangle?
Well, there was a lot of mechanic shops and machine shops, a lot of manufacturing companies. Since that time, it has evolved. We have, Whole Foods, and we have RDI, and other retailers have come to the area, and it's evolving and it's changed. Of course, I don't know if you remember years ago, Bill Smith built some residential over here, which was in the 32nd Ward, and we had a big lawsuit with the city, and he actually won the lawsuit. He built 2 residential units, but our purpose was at that time to protect the property owners that were there, and at that time it was property owners who had manufacturing businesses that didn't want to be disturbed by residential. Now, the ironic thing is all of the property owners over there wants it all to be, all to change. But at the same time, we still have to consider the people across the river. Now, I started with this over 25 years ago. Then, after that, it changed into the 32nd Ward. Then I got it back in the next remap. So, I've been through three remaps, or two remaps. So we've gotten it back, but we know the history of it, and we've always respected the sensitivity of it. And like I say, now all of the businesses, or I should say property owners over there, have a different frame of mind. They want to, get the best use of their property, and a lot of them are trying to do residential, but a lot of them are still doing retail over there, but there's no manufacturing coming over there. What's happening is, like with all these areas, the property value gets so high that it's not cost efficient for manufacturing anymore. And it's more economical for the manufacturing to move to other areas where taxes and rent and all those things are more reasonable. So the area has really grown over the years.
Right. Thank you, Alderman. And let me dovetail on your last comment. With the Department of Planning, how do they assist in the relocation of manufacturing or industries that they want to keep, similar to what evolved in Halsted Triangle we're talking about today. How proactive are you identifying alternative spots to keep these manufacturers somewhere in the city? And is there a example in this Halsted Triangle area?
Who's going to respond to that? Is that going to be you, Alderman, or the staff?
No, it's to the department. It was to
Okay,
the
for
department.
staff, can you respond to that? Ms. Richardson, someone else?
Yes, hi. Yes, we do still try to make sure that these, any manufacturing entity that wants to stay in the city, and if they're looking to relocate, you know, we do try to help them. If you recall, there was a project that the Plan Commission recently approved, the Kugel Chicken, and they relocated from the Fulton Market area, from Alderman Burnett's ward, and you know, we help them find an appropriate site still within the city.
If I could just add to this conversation, because it's an excellent question, and we've talked.
If you're, yeah, your comment's going to be specific to that point, right? Because I got
Right.
Commissioner Stroh waiting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That we are trying to take a look holistically at the industrial and manufacturing districts, because many of them will be going through another life cycle of redevelopment. And so we're now looking at where are those sites in industrial manufacturing districts that are poised to be reimagined, retrofitted, so that we are creating more places where those uses can relocate as other neighborhoods like the Halsted Triangle evolve into a new kind of mixed neighborhood. And so we are, the planning department is starting to kind of look back at all of them, because we know that their life cycle of many of those districts, they continue to evolve. And I guess what I'm trying to say is some of those uses are going to sunset and change over the next decade, and create opportunities for those kind of manufacturing uses, industrial uses to stay in the city and not have to expand, but to be kind of redeveloped. So they're not being pushed out. It's up to us to find their next location and to keep them into the city. And I have a feeling it's going to be more about a reuse of existing zones than adding new zones.
Thank you, Commissioner. Obviously, that's a huge concern to the diversity of the economy, that we do everything we can, evolved or not, to keep manufacturing in our city. And I was more specific about the Halsted Triangle that we're discussing today. If there was a real live example of a relocation of a use in this triangle, maybe it's been dormant for a number of years, I don't know, but I just think that, you know, we've got to be some stories here to relocate in the city, because we have to keep our competitive advantages of transportation and space for industry, and not just crowd out industry in regards to encroaching residential. I've been involved with the Economic Development Commission from 1989 to 2000, and but protected manufacturing was there for a reason. And I know that things evolve, but I'm very concerned about losing any manufacturing in our, we evolve, but we still have a lot of industrial land that we can relocate here in the city. And that's, I don't want to belabor the point, but there was not, I'm assuming that you don't have a real live example in Halsted Triangle that I and the members could highlight.
Commissioner Tunney, I really want to thank you for bringing this up. You know, besides the environmental racism, issue that I mentioned earlier. This issue of the importance of manufacturing sector to our economy can't be underestimated. And I can give you tons of data, particularly related to employment data on the fact that manufacturing, even though there's been such a major decline in this percentage of the employment of our labor force, still is very important part of our employment and very important part of our economic base. And the extent to which we help it to thrive, and there's things that we do, I think is really important. And particularly when a lot of what we're seeing in manufacturing now is the rise of advanced manufacturing, with all the robotics, and there's all kinds of new things that have been happening in manufacturing. In fact, there are entities in the city that are incubators, that there's organizations, there's networks, there's people that are actively promoting and working on this issue of trying to keep our manufacturing sector keep it sort of thrive, build it up, not lose what we already have, but also build it up and help it thrive. So, but it's complex, right? And so what is it exactly that we can do in the role of the planning and development, as well as our role as commissioners, because it's difficult for us when things come before us, right? I mean, we're not going to not approve this plan because there's so much loss of manufacturing. And yet you called attention really to the fact that this was an important corridor where there had been manufacturing, some of which goes further back than in more recent years. So maybe perhaps I can convene a meeting of the commissioners to talk about the issue of manufacturing and industry in our city, and what might be, again, some relationships between land use and economic activity, and how we might think about that. And how do we make sure that those kinds of issues are reflected also, not only in the citywide plan, but maybe, what is it that can be done, not only by us, but by the Economic Development Office, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for raising it. And I think it's something we can't just say, okay, we raised it, now let's move on. We really got to come back to it and do what we can, I think, to try to address the issue. So go ahead, Commissioner Searle. Thank you for your patience.
Just a kind of procedural question here. The second recommendation on the plan update adoption says that zoning change applications requires review and approval by City Council. But one of the problems I think we've had, and I've been advocating for, is that when we have these large developments, that changes or a large PD should still come back to the Plan Commission. So I'm wondering if we could maybe include in that City Council and other city approval organizations, or something that broadens that up a little bit, because I think sometimes we've closed ourselves off to being able to review some of these very large developments by approving the whole development, and then we never see some of the projects within them. And I think this is a good place to bring that up.
Go ahead.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Searle. Yeah, I should clarify, each zoning change does require City Council approval. And then the projects that trigger plan development, so anything new within 100 feet of the river, and then also, if that exceeds a certain height, if exceeds a certain number of dwelling units, those absolutely would trigger a plan development process, and then would have to come before this Plan Commission. But you could also have a zoning change that doesn't trigger the plan development process. So that's why this language is meant to just cover all of the zoning changes. But then you're right, there are other requests for zoning changes that would also need to come before this body.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. Okay, any other questions or comments then? Do I have a motion on the resolution recommending approval of the Halsted Triangle Plan update?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Moved by Commissioner Cox, seconded by
Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Alderman. I have a question for Michael Gaynor. So if this is, how, if, for example, if it's a parks project, the Commissioner Kelly, for example, may recuse himself. If it's transportation, Commissioner Biaggi will recuse herself. Since this is being brought forward sort of as a plan, is there any issue around, any legal issue around Commissioner Cox either voting or making the motion on this?
Good question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Chairman?
can.
Great. That's a good question. I don't think so. This is since this is a plan and not a specific project. So I would think it'd be okay in this circumstance.
Okay, because it's a plan, not a project. All right, thank you.
Right.
All right, so
Thank you.
moved by Commissioner Cox, and who was the second on that? Oh, it's Commissioner Wagensbach. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now let me do the roll on that one. All right, Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, for Commissioner Brumfield, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
I was going to call Commissioner Cordova and then I was going to pause and wait for a response. All right, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman, Commissioner Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagensbach.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioners. Next item on the agenda is a proposed technical amendment to Business Plan Development number 1172, submitted by the applicant Alderman Derek Curtis, 18th Ward, for the property generally located at 3206-3348 West 87th Street and 8600-8618 South Kedzie. The amendment to the plan development would remove an approximately 36,000 square foot parcel from the existing plan development to allow for rezoning of the subject parcel to allow uses described in a C3-1 zoning district. No other changes to the plan development are proposed. This is in the 18th Ward. John Malloy will provide the context overview and present the proposal on behalf of the alderman. Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the commission, Madam Chair. For the record, I am John Malloy with the Department of Planning and Development. And I work with the Southwest region of the department. The proposed parcel, I'm going to try to get into the big screen here. Bear with me.
John, it's Noah. F5 should work.
Okay, I think it's working. Okay. Again, the proposed subject parcel is this PD amendment is generally located at the northwest corner of 87th Street and South Kedzie Avenue, within the Southwest region, the Ashburn community area, and within the 18th Ward. The Ashburn community is located at the far southwest side of the city, and it does border Evergreen Park on the south. The Ashburn neighborhood is approximately 48% African American, 36% Hispanic, 13% white, and about 0.1% Asian. The median income is approximately $63,000. The applicant is the Honorable Alderman Derek Curtis, and he's here today along with representatives of Buddy Bear Car Wash, who will ultimately develop this site once the PD amendment goes through, assuming it passes. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development amendment due to the fact that the existing PD will be changed, since part of it will be removed from the subject PD. And that part is that red outlined area in southeast corner of the PD. No other changes are being considered under this amendment. Again, the site is currently zoned Plan Development 1172. And the applicant is seeking to amend this PD by removing the sub area, which is identified as sub area B, from the existing PD boundary, and then to rezone it to a C3-1 zoning classification to allow for new car wash development, which is not currently allowed in the existing plan development's underlying B3 zoning. The site is currently an underutilized parking area within the Westport Shopping Center, Westport Commons Shopping Center, as you can see on your screen. The property is situated directly across the street from retail businesses on the south side of 87th Street in Evergreen Park, including a Walgreens, First American Bank, and an Aldi. You're looking northeast towards the city, downtown. Across Kedzie Avenue on the lower right-hand side of the map is the former Lutheran Ministries campus at the other corner of 87th and Kedzie. And to the north is WGCI's radio towers. Immediately west of the shopping center, upper left-hand corner, is Evergreen Cemetery. The existing plan development number 1172 was adopted by City Council on September 8th, 2010. This plan development was created for and encompasses the entire Westport Commons Shopping Center and is approximately 18 acres. Current tenants of the shopping center include Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins, Laundromat, Dollar Store, Plasma Care, and a Subway restaurant, among others. Again, here's the PD map. You can see the original PD includes 5 sub areas, A through E, and this particular parcel is noted in the right-hand corner. This was sub area B. And this site is approximately 36,597 square feet and measures approximately 220 feet along 87th Street and 175 feet along Kedzie Avenue. There's another image of the PD. The subject site is considered a transit served location and is located directly adjacent to the number 52A Kedzie bus stop and approximately a half a block to the east of the number 87 CTA bus stop. In preparing for this plan development amendment to be presented today, Alderman Curtis held a community meeting at the site, socially distanced, on June 29th of this year. The applicant submitted the PD amendment application on July 15th of this year, and it was introduced to City Council on the 22nd of July. Now, although this parcel would no longer be subject to plan development review, assuming it's approved, I would like to talk briefly about the new car wash development that would result upon this PD amendment and subsequent zoning change. Buddy Bear Car Wash has a number of locations throughout the city of Chicago and in surrounding suburbs. Buddy Bear would be the developer and the operator of the new development. This rendering shows the proposed new 4,500 square foot car wash, approximately 24 parking vacuum stalls, and the lanes that converge into the car wash itself. The developer has agreed, after talking with them, to include a sidewalk along the east side of the property, along the Kedzie Avenue side, which would extend even north of their property. We asked them to go to the driveway entrance, which is a common driveway for all the shopping center users, including the car wash. And at some point, we'd like to connect this sidewalk even further north to a library about a half a block north of this. Currently, there is no sidewalk, and we'd like to make it a more safe passage for pedestrians to go to the bus stop, to go shopping, and to go to the library. So the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of this technical amendment to Plan Development number 1172. The proposed amended plan development meets the purpose and the criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare for the following reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Alderman Curtis here, and would he like to make a statement?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
We can. Thank you so much for being here, Alderman.
Good afternoon. I was here for the entire meeting, very long. Hold on, someone's trying to call me here. 1 second. Am I back on?
You are.
Yes, there I am. Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. This is a very exciting project to me. My ward is surrounded by 5 municipalities, and as you know, it's very hard to get businesses and corporations to decide whether they want to come across the street on the city side or, of course, in the suburbs. I've done a study in my community. 20% of my residents have a monthly pass at Evergreen Park Car Wash or Burbank Car Wash, which result into over $3 million of revenue that we're missing on this side of Chicago. And I want to make sure that we get our piece of the pie. Again, I'm excited about this. We held a meeting. Even some of the people that called in that was objecting to car wash, after they attended the meeting, they are now on board, and there was only maybe 3 people maybe. So this is very exciting to me, and the 5 municipalities around me will then utilize, hopefully, my car wash. So hopefully, thank you. I'm asking for your consideration for the passing of this amendment.
Great. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff or the Alderman?
My hand's up, I think.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. That's my, Commissioner Tunney, go ahead, and then followed by Commissioner Cox. I'm sorry, I didn't have the participants panel up, so forgive me. Go ahead, Commissioner Tunney.
No problem. I'm glad I'm seeing the Alderman there. As a former 18th Ward resident, I'm very familiar with this intersection. For the benefit of the committee members, though, while it's transit served, you know, this is a very auto-centric intersection and community. I mean, my history is while it's on bus lines, everyone uses the car over there. So obviously I get the need for the car wash, but it's such a busy intersection for the traffic engineer on this. Could you walk, or is somebody going to show me how to get in and how to get out? So how that impacts that very busy intersection of 87th and Kedzie.
Oh, okay, you need me to answer? So it's basically a strip mall area. Everyone will enter that car wash through the same entrance that they would go through. Yeah, try to get the slides up here. The same entrance as they would to go to any of the other stores. The only difference is they will go left to the vacant property to the northeast of that property. There will not be any additional curb cuts that will intrude into 87th Street or Kedzie. So they will enter and exit on that entire 17 acres from the existing curb cuts.
Alderman, I get the entrance. It's not going to be signalized or anything, right? I mean, if I'm coming from Evergreen Park, I'm going to take a left-hand turn on Kedzie, and then how do I exit after my car is cleaned?
If you're coming from Evergreen Park, if you're going north on Kedzie, you would actually drive into the city half a block and turn into the curb cut, which is already existing. And then exiting, you'll leave out the same direction.
Right.
There will be no signaling because basically it's not needed. It's just another store on the inside of the development.
Right. So that was my concern. Was this a shuttered building that's being retrofitted into a gas station, or was it always a surface parking lot?
No, it was a empty parking lot parcel. The parcel has always been there. It's always been empty, flat to land.
Okay. That was my concern of the safety of this very centric, auto-centric, and then do they know how many cars will be on an average day, or not, let's say weekday versus weekend? Do they know how many they're anticipating?
I was going to ask.
Couple hundred, I would think.
I was going to ask, is Phil DiGirato on the phone, the owner, operator?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Phil.
Yes, I'm Phil DiGirato with Buddy Bear Car Wash. Yes, Tom, to answer your question, on average, weekday, we hope maybe around 500 cars on the weekend, upwards more 1,000 plus on a good day, depending on good weather.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. That's a lot of cars, you know, and that's my only concern. Obviously I know you're enthusiastic about it. I just want to make sure there's a safety plan for this very busy intersection, and even navigating within this parking lot with a lot of other cars. So I'm glad there's no curb cuts close to that intersection, but I just was wondering whether, obviously CDOT has signed off on this because we wouldn't be here, right?
Yes,
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cox, and then I see that Commissioner Biagi's hand just went up when you asked about CDOT. I don't know if I should call on her first.
Please let Commissioner Biaggi speak.
Okay,
first.
thank you, Commissioner Cox. Go ahead, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the point is well taken. And some of the history right on this PD is that the hope was there was a lot more that was going to happen on the site, including some of the additional sidewalks. So, you know, first off, thank you to Buddy Bear for doing that sidewalk extension. And Alderman, we can talk offline about how we connect that, I think, to the library heading to the north. So I think that would be a great addition to the site. In terms of the traffic signal, the challenge with where the curb cut is at the driveway just north of 87th is that it is so close to that next traffic signal. So it's technically not warranted. It's certainly something that we're going to want to monitor going forward, seeing how the volumes increase. One of the challenges right now is generally doing traffic studies during COVID. It's not giving us a great indicator of what's the volume looking like, but I think you're definitely right. It's something we're monitoring. But again, part of the issue is from our traffic analysis is that it is so close to that next signal. But again, we'll keep our eye on it and continue to work with the aldermen and Buddy Bear on this.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Biaggi. Go ahead, Commissioner Cox. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to again thank the Alderman Curtis for working with us. I toured his ward just last week, and we visited this site and confirmed some of the issues that we're talking about now. There are people who take the bus on that corner, and so the addition of the sidewalks is going to be a really wonderful amenity. That part of Kedzie is tree lined, so there's a kind of desire line there right now that people have just forged to get to their bus stop, and that will be a sidewalk. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate Commissioner Biaggi's assistance in seeing how we can get that sidewalk extended all the way to the library, because people literally come from the bus stop to go to the library. And so I think we're trying to address this as a very, we understand it's a suburban community, Vegetation means a lot. There's a really beautiful landscape site right across the street of a shuttered school that the planning department will be assisting the aldermen in trying to imagine what could happen on that property as well. I felt, having seen it, that, it's not about sidewalks on 87th Street. It really is about sidewalks on Kedzie, and making sure that we think about the pedestrian. So strangely, this car wash is going to be a little oasis of landscape right there on the corner. And I really appreciate the applicant for really beefing up the landscape, because it is a part of a larger system of green space, because otherwise the parking lot is devoid of any landscape. And so this is going to change the character and really enhance the entrance to Kedzie, and probably will spur other economic development. We hope it won't, hopefully it won't be as auto-centric, but we totally understand that this is a more suburban ward, and they have to have a good place to get their cars washed. And so I don't know, I just think that this is a great example of a context specific and context appropriate use. And I applaud the alderman for bringing those dollars back into the city. And I applaud Buddy Bear for locating in the city. So thank you.
Mr. Curtis, did you want to respond to any of this?
Yes, I did. I want to commend and thank the owner of Buddy Bear for wanting and assisting us in putting a sidewalk from Kedzie, from 87th Street, basically, down to the first curb cut, which should have been done many years ago when this plan development was done. I am willing to take the initiative to finish up those sidewalks that half a block to the library.
All right, thank you so much, Alderman. Appreciate it. Do I have a motion on the proposed technical amendment to the business plan development number 1172 submitted by the applicant, Alderman Derek Curtis, 18th Ward, for the property generally located at 3206-3348 West 87th Street and 8600-8618 South Kedzie. The amendment to the plan development would remove an approximately 36,000 square foot parcel from the existing plan development to allow for a rezoning of the subject parcel to allow uses described in the C3-1 zoning district, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Motion.
So moved. Commissioner Shaw.
Second by Commissioner Garza.
Seconded by Commissioner Garza. So let me go ahead and go to the roll call then. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. All right, Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Commissioner Burnett vote yes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman. Okay, Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
And okay, someone told me they left. Okay, with it, I'm going to say your name. I know I got a notice somebody left. Is it Commissioner Villegas is still here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And then Commissioner Wagasbach. He's the one I got that's left. Okay.
And you did get me, didn't you, Alderman Burnett?
Yes, I did get you. Thank you.
When my phone ring, I blank out on you guys. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So commissioners, I want to let you know that we still have many items left. We've got 1, 2, 3, 5 items left. So we still have a lot of work ahead of us, and some commissioners have had to leave for reasons of meetings. So these questions and these comments we make are very important, but I also want us to be mindful of the time as we move forward. Next item on the agenda is the proposed plan development submitted by Peoples Gas Light and Coke Company for the property generally located at 38 West 64th Street. The site is currently zoned M1-2, Limited Manufacturing / Business Park District, and M2-3, Light Industry District. The applicant proposes the construction of a 40-foot tall, two-story, 25,222 square foot operations building and parking for approximately 400 fleet vehicles and 285 employee vehicles. This is in the 20th Ward. Patrick Brotis will provide the context overview and the applicant will present the proposal. Patrick, thank you for being up and ready, and anything you could do to get through the presentation. Not necessarily lightning speed. Obviously, we don't want to cut out any information, but take us through.
Understood.
Thank you.
Understood. Can you all see my screen?
We can.
Okay.
Thank you so
Here
much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is located at 38 West 64th Street and is located within the Greater Grand Crossing Community Area, Washington Park TIF District, and in the 20th Ward. The applicant, Peoples Gas, Light, and Coke Company, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a business plan development at the subject site by first seeking a zoning change from M12 and M23 to M32, and then a business plan development. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to section 17-8-0511 of the Chicago zoning ordinance, which states that plan development review and approval is required for M-zoned industrial development sites that are larger than 10 acres. The subject site is located in the Southeast Planning Region and between South State Street on the east, the Dan Ryan Expressway on the west, and generally bounded from 64th Street on the north to 65th Street on the south. Additionally, the site is situated, again, between 64th and 65th Streets, but as well as State Street, this site is adjacent to a very active transportation corridor with active rail, CTA bus routes, and the Dan Ryan and Skyway Expressways to the east and north. To the west and north, excuse me. Furthermore, the site sits in an area surrounded by manufacturing uses with a transfer station to the north, a City of Chicago fleet management fueling facility station to the south, and automotive related uses and the Chicago Ozinga concrete materials yard along the State Street corridor to the east. Finally, the site is currently zoned both M12 and M23, and the applicant again is seeking a zoning change to M32 prior to establishing a business plan development on this site. In preparing for the development to be presented to the Plan Commission, the applicant met with the Department of Planning and Development in March of this year for an initial meeting to discuss the project and receive preliminary feedback. Subsequently, the Peoples Gas team met with and obtained the support of Alderman Jeanette Taylor, who is not here today, but reaffirms her support for the project. And you have a letter in the file of her support dated March 2020. After they obtained her support, the project team then later filed their PD application in April. And as part of their engagement efforts, the applicant also is committed to exceeding the city's diversity goals, and through their supplier diversity initiative is aiming to achieve 50% participation for the design and build of this project. The applicant proposes the construction of a 45-foot tall, two-story, 25,222 square foot operations building and parking for approximately 400 fleet vehicles and 285 employee vehicles. The modernization of this site, where PGL has maintained as their South Shop operations facility for over 100 years, is a $65 million capital investment by the company to remain at this location, in this community, and in the city. To further illustrate how the development fits into the existing context, the majority of the land uses in the surrounding vicinity of the project site is transportation and other. Those uses are consistent in M zone districts. The existence of residential, either single family or multifamily, and commercial uses are non-existent or prominently featured in this part of the ward, community, and redevelopment area. This proposed use is suitable for the site while again meeting the context of this industrial zoned area. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to the attorney for Peoples Gas, Mr. John Lawler, who will introduce the development team and explain their proposal. John? Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the development team to come on. I know they're all there.
Jack is unmuted. He should be available to speak.
Okay, thank you, Noah.
That looks like we lost Jack.
You know what, we could probably skip the introduction and I can keep it moving just by kind of introducing our Facilities of the Future program. This is Al Weber. I'm the facility construction manager at Peoples Gas. So Peoples Gas initiated the Facilities of the Future program back in 2016 to modernize our significantly dated facilities. Some of our buildings are over 100 years old. And the intent of the program is to create a long-term facility solution to support 5 things really. Excellent customer service to our community, an improved employee experience, continued operational efficiency, an efficient, functional, safe, and comfortable physical environment, and also a reduction in facility operating costs through more efficient systems. Peoples Gas completed the new North Shop Field Service Center back in January 2020 this year, and the new Central Shop Field Service Center in March 2020. Took a little bit longer than anticipated to acquire the real estate that we needed to build the new South Shop, but we feel we're now in a good position to proceed. As indicated on the land use and zoning map, the property is a redevelopment of the existing Peoples Gas site located in the Greater Grand Crossing community. This is going to be approximately a $65 million investment, and it's anticipated to generate 250 construction period jobs. And upon completion of the project, the number of employees at this site, we anticipate increasing approximately by 62 from 407 to 469. Next slide, Patrick, please. So Peoples Gas is committed to being a good neighbor and a contributing part of every community we serve. As such, we have met with the local Alderman Taylor's office in the 20th Ward to ensure that the development of the project is acceptable to the neighborhood and also has the alderman's support. Efforts to have community meetings in March and August were postponed due to COVID concerns and other community priorities. The project will be completed in compliance with the city's sustainability efforts and MWBE standards. Next slide. And then at this time, I will turn it over to Walt Gore, Supplier Diversity Manager for Peoples Gas.
Just want to remind you, you guys are limited to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome.
This is tech support. I just want to remind people that when you're in attendees, you're not allowed to talk, but when your case is up, you're in panelist and you can unmute yourself.
Walt Gore, do we have you on?
Pardon me?
Alan, I don't see Walt on the list here.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Walter Burnett. All right.
He's like, what? What? You mean me? I'm here.
If, does Mary Person have access to the screen? Maybe she could present on Walt's behalf.
Yes, I have unmuted her.
Good morning, everyone.
If you can give us, if you can get it through as efficiently as possible, I know you guys lost some time on this. That would be great. Thank you.
I can't, Al, I just don't have access to the slideshow, but I can talk through the slides.
Yeah, I have the slides. You just say next.
Okay, perfect.
Mhm.
So to comply with the city's diversity 26 and 6 standards and the 50% residency goals, is that the slide that we're on? I'm sorry, I can't see them.
Yes, that is our slide.
Perfect. We actually, Peoples Gas has a requirement that as a contractor, we maintain the 50% SDI across the Facilities of the Future program. Currently, the Facilities of the Future program compliance has achieved thus far for North Shops, SDI at 54%, Central Shops at 51%, Logistics Support at 57%, Central Business District, CBD, at 55%, and our support services currently at 71%. Next slide.
Hi, this is Eric Buck, Senior Project Architect for Epstein and for the this PD and logistics. I'm just going to go right through describing the site and the building. This is the architectural site plan showing the first floor plan as it relates to the site. The site's about 11.5 acres with employee parking to the north, and to the west and south is company vehicle parking and equipment storage. We're also showing some of the landscaping here, but I'm going to go to the next slide to focus on that. The landscaping, we've worked closely with zoning and the DPD to provide an approved landscape plan developed along with the precedents set by North and Central Shops. Although the ordinance requires one screening tree per 25 feet, the layout and the actual spacing of these trees can be variable. To this end, we're working on a design to increase the quantity of the provided trees by spacing them at 20 feet to enhance screening along the street fronts and ensure longevity of the trees. The open site triangles you see at the corners of the intersections are actually required for traffic safety. Next slide. This is currently where we are, and we're in schematic with the stormwater development, with stormwater management, and we're working with stormwater to meet our sustainability goals of exceeding the stormwater ordinance for stormwater storage by 25%. Next slide. Next. There we go. We do have a strategy to achieve, back one. Sorry. We do have a strategy to achieve 100 points using the Chicago Sustainable Compliance Path. Highlights include exceeding the Chicago Energy Conservation Code, stormwater mitigation, and a green roof of over more than 50% of the roof area, and EV electric vehicle charging stations for employees and company vehicles. And this strategy has been applied successfully at the North and Central Shops. Next. The design incorporates materials and energy efficient building wall and glazing systems which will maintain their appearance over time and exceed current energy code requirements in order to reduce energy loss, such as decreasing the loss of heat through the building envelope. The public side of the building clearly indicates the main entrance and is bracketed by storefront insulated glass systems, insulated metal panels, and insulated precast concrete panels. The back of the house on the first floor consists of workshops, warehouse and tool rooms, and the fleet garage, and they are all clad in precast insulated concrete panels, which are structural and robust, reflecting the work that's executed in these areas. The second floor has windows on both the north and the south, more suitable for an office occupancy. And this is an industrial building that is unambiguous about its function. Next. Briefly, this is materials and colors. We're using precast for the buff tone, highlighted entrance with porcelain rain screen tiles, metal panels of a silver metallic, and storefront glass of a high efficiency low E glass. The photographs on the right-hand side are of the existing central shop, just for reference. It will look much like this. Next. The next 3 slides are basically photographs also of central shop for reference. And at the bottom of the page is a rendered street view or rendered elevation of the building. And up in the upper right-hand corner is the current view looking up and down State Street. This building will replace all of that. Next. Here's the first floor plan. Employees enter the building from the north, receive their assignments, proceed onto the company vehicle parking area and on out to their job sites. There are training rooms for the employees that will also serve as public meeting rooms for public group functions. Next. Second floor is entirely administrative support with a work cafe and an outdoor patio overlooking the green roof. Next. And the green roof, which is 55% of the total roof area. It's going to be extensive with a growing media of at least 6 inches and a variety of plants chosen from at least 30 species. And this is per the sustainability compliance list. Next. The next slides are essentially the kind of DPD exhibits showing the materials and the elevations up close. They're not in color, unfortunately, but they do give you an idea of what's metal panel and storefront and what is insulated precast panels. There are many overhead doors on the south side and on the north side for the fleet garage and the workshops. Next. I'm going to read you the KLOA summary traffic evaluation from earlier this month. The proposed development will result in a minimal increase in traffic during peak hours of the adjacent street. Currently, all vehicles access the site off of 65th Street. After the proposed improvements, company vehicles will access the site off of 65th Street and be separated from passenger vehicle traffic, which will enhance safety, reduce conflicts, and improve operation of the intersection at 65th Street and State Street. Employee vehicles will access the site off of 64th Street or use the remote lot east of State Street. And we just learned that we will not have a high visibility crosswalk with flashing beacon to be added at State Street per our latest conversations with CDOT. Next.
Thank you. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. You can read them all. I'll just read a couple due to time constraints. This area is, the area around this project consists of a mix of manufacturing zone districts, and the project represents an opportunity to construct a compatible industrial project within the Washington Park TIF district and in the greater Grand Crossing community area. This project promotes green design by conserving non-renewable energy and scarce materials, as evidenced by the proposed project's green roof, stormwater retention capacity improvements, landscaping, and other sustainable features. Lastly, copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Therefore, based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a business plan development be approved and forwarded to City Council, Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bredis. Commissioner Biaggi.
Great. Thank you. So I just wanted to follow up on the flashing beacon crosswalk issue, because I think that might sound a bit odd to the group. And I know that the team on the line here, we're talking with my folks this morning, really trying to resolve this. So there will be a high visibility crosswalk. I think the flashing beacon issue has to do with making sure that with the multiple lanes on State Street, that often a flashing beacon in those circumstances with that kind of street geometry, what it can do is you can see it if you're a pedestrian, but you can't see it if you're a truck or you're a vehicle that's moving through. And given that circumstance, it can lead the pedestrian to think it's safe to cross, whereas the vehicle is not seeing the flashing beacon. And so it creates this conflict. It's something that we've studied pretty closely here and have had long conversations about. We've also been looking at not only sort of the volume of trucks, but then it's certainly the pedestrian counts will be associated with employees going back and forth to that remote parking lot. So I just wanted to address it. There's certainly the high visibility crosswalk, but it doesn't merit a traffic signal, or excuse me, a flashing beacon in this case. And frankly, it also relates to federal highway and road standards for these kinds of things. And so it's the solution here is fitting in those kinds of guidelines. So I just wanted to add that for a kind of a point of fact.
Thank you. That's helpful. Commissioner Searle.
As I remember seeing, I think another one of these People's Gas sites, it is surrounded by a fence. And I'm just wondering, is that true in this case? And if so, is it more like a wrought iron that you can see through? Or is this very closed off, gated looking?
I can address that. This is it's an ornamental metal fence, see-through fence, 6 foot high around the employee parking and 8 feet high around the company vehicle parking. The remainder of it is chain link fence, which is basically on top of a retaining wall. What part of it to the west, which is adjacent to the Skyway, and the other part is to the north, which is adjacent to the transfer facility. This is existing fence which will be repaired and replaced where necessary, but the ornamental fence will be repaired and is replaced where necessary, but it's also new in certain parts.
Okay, thank you. My other comment is that on these sites, we have such a huge amount of paving. And plus you have a green roof and some reasonably good landscaping, at least trees. It seems like, this is the perfect demonstration opportunity for a company like People's Gas to not just, do retention centers, but to have cisterns of some sort that where that water can be reused on site for irrigation on the site. And I just wish that, our utility companies would think in that kind of way.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And you said, Mr. Brutus, that Alderman Taylor gave a letter. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. Alderman Taylor, as a letter of support dated March 11th, she reaffirmed her support to our office yesterday through her staff. And she's on vacation this weekend and was unable to attend today.
Great, thank you. All right, Commissioners, I want to remind us of the time. I'll take a question from Commissioner Cox and then I'll request a motion.
I'm not going to belabor this, but I do feel that it's necessary, just as a public forum, to underscore some things that we are trying to advocate for with applicants. And so when they actually adhere to it, I just want them to know that we appreciate it. For example, we appreciate the enhanced landscape that goes beyond what the ordinance requires, so that the site has a very physical expression of its green agenda. I mean, the green roof is nice, but from the pedestrian's perspective, they're going to just appreciate those shade trees as they're walking down State Street. And so I would agree with the commissioner that said having some stormwater, more visible stormwater management on the site would certainly have been welcome. And we're holistically looking at our landscape ordinances for industrial manufacturing areas so that we can increase the sustainability just as a habit. But again, I appreciate People's Gas and their design team, in addition to making sure that they have a handsome building, that they also have an enhanced landscape, and so we can minimize the heat island effect. And so I think this will be a very handsome site, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you for that highlight. Commissioner Searle, you have a wonderful looking cat. All right, with that, do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by People's Gas, Light and Coke Company for the property generally located at 38 West 64th Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Do I have a second?
Second by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, let me go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Okay, I'm forgetting who told me who said they left and who didn't. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novata. I think I'll have to look and see who's left.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Commissioner Osterman, I think, had to go to a meeting. All right, Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Shaw not here. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
And Commissioner Shaw is here. Sorry, I didn't get the mute off fast enough.
I wonder if I should just unmute everybody.
No, that was like my computer because I think it was different. So
Well,
you
I've
were
been
fine.
wondering whether I should, before I do roll call, if I should just unmute everyone, but then that might unmute people besides the commissioners. So Commissioner Villegas, Commissioner Wagasbach, he's the one who left. Okay. All right, now we're going to Wells Street. Oh, sorry, motion passes. Congratulations and keep up the green stuff. The sustainability features, I agree with Commissioner Cox, that's very important. Next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to plan development number 177 submitted by no, I'm sorry, we already did that one. Okay, all right, next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to residential business. If you're wondering why I want to make sure we get the agendas, because I want to make sure we don't lose commissioners before we lose quorum. So that's part of my purpose for keeping us moving. The next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1335, submitted by Wellstel LLC for the property generally located at 1520-1532 North Wells Street and 1513-1525 North Wyland Street. The applicant proposes to amend the boundaries of the previously approved plan development to incorporate an additional parcel of land. The resulting amend plan development will have 3 sub-areas. Sub-area A will be improved with a 13-story, 152-foot tall mixed-use building to have commercial uses on the ground floor and a hotel on the floors above. Sub-area B will be improved with 3 single-family homes, and sub-area C is currently improved with a 2-story building with a commercial on the ground floor and 1 dwelling unit on the floor above, and will remain unchanged as a result of this application. The proposal will include 53 accessory vehicular parking spaces and 1 loading berth. And I want to remind commissioners, this is the item on which we had 4 people speak during our public testimony period. Mr. Safranek will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Safranek.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Noah Safranek, and I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1528 North Wells, and it's located within the near north side community area of the 27th Ward. The applicant, Wellstel LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of amending residential business plan development number 1335, which had previously obtained approval in June of 2016 from the Chicago Plan Commission and subsequently the Committee on Zoning and City Council. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application due to the fact that the proposal includes provisions to expand the plan development boundary by adding one additional lot. The subject site is located at the border of the central and north planning regions. The property is located within the Old Town neighborhood, which sits within the near north side community area. In this community area, 41% of the residents are between the ages of 20 and 34. 92% of the residents are in a single or two-person household, and 32% of these residents have a household income over $150,000. The site is situated along the west side of Wells Street, located between West North Avenue and West Burton Place. The site is a rectangle that fronts on both Wells Street and Wheelan Street, as shown in red on the slide above. The site is currently, as mentioned previously, zoned Residential Business Plan Development 1335. The site is situated adjacent to a mix of retail, office, and residential uses. The subject site is considered a transit-served location by being in close proximity to the Sedgwick station along the CTA Brown and Purple lines. The site is also situated in close proximity to a number of CTA bus routes, and the site is located approximately 1/2 mile west of Lincoln Park. You can see the beginning of it in the top right corner of the slide. The image on the top left of the screen shows the development site as it exists today. The image on the top right is taking a look southward down Wells Street. The image at the bottom left looking north up Wells Street, and with the blue awning building shown on the screen there being the home of the Fudge Pot. That building makes up what is sub-area C of this proposed plan development, and that building will remain unchanged as part of this application. And lastly, the image on the bottom right, a bird's eye view of the rear portion of the development located along North Wheelan Street, which historically has served as a surface parking lot and had been surrounded by a masonry screen wall. You can see in front of the lot there on Wheelan. The next slide shows roughly in the center the proposed development set into the existing 3D context of the area. I think it's also important to note, as a result of this application, the height, bulk, and density granted to the hotel in the previous approval remain unchanged. The three factors of this application are the fact that the applicant has acquired an additional lot on Wheelan. The applicant is proposing an alternative solution to the parking from the previous approval. And the applicant is choosing to provide 3 single-family homes instead of the originally approved 4 single-family homes along Wheelan Street. And the applicant will touch on all these in detail in their presentation. In preparing for the amendment of this plan development to be presented here to the Plan Commission, the applicant has underwent a series of community outreach activities. As far back as June of 2020, the applicant presented a proposal to the Old Town Merchants Association. The Old Town Merchants Association has been in contact with the department and the Alderman's office. They are remaining neutral. For full disclosure, one of their members was involved in this site, is on their board, and so they're remaining neutral as a part of this, this series of events here. In February of 2020, the applicant continued to hold 3 smaller meetings with neighborhood groups discussing potential alternative schemes for their development on the Wheelan Street side. That was followed up in March of 2020 when the development team met with a newly formed Wheelan Street Block Club. And then lastly, another community-wide Zoom meeting was held on June 3rd, where the current scheme that you see in front of you today was presented and discussed. So at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to the development team, their attorney, Ms. Katrina McGuire, and the developer, Mr. Howard Weiner, to do their presentation.
Thank you, Noah. I hope you can hear me all right. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn here on behalf of the applicant, Wellstel LLC. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hearing from us. We're going to try to keep this moving quickly. I know time is at a premium for all of you. Today, we have Howard Weiner and Tim Moran from Condor Partners as part of the developer team. With us, Jeff Renterdem, Papa George Hames, who's the project architect. We also have John Sheridan and Natalie Pedraza from McHugh Construction here, as well as Sue Enright from Appraisal Associates. I'm going to turn this over to Jeff here in just a few moments to walk through the proposed amendment. I wanted to provide just a quick overview of the changes proposed, similar to what Noah just said. which is that the original PD was approved with a 151-foot tall hotel on Wells and 4 single-family homes on Wheeland. At that time, a unique parking configuration for the single-family homes was contemplated, whereby there were no curb cuts on Wheeland, and the single-family homes, access their parking from the Wells Street Hotel entrance rather than from Wheeland. As part of this amendment, the hotel, as Noah mentioned, will remain the same height. There have been some design enhancements to the hotel that Jeff will walk through. The underground parking was eliminated and now is proposed to be relocated above ground to the rear. If you, Noah, would mind just advancing to the, I think probably the site plan comparison phase is, this one's the most useful one. On the left is the proposed plan development site plan, and on the right is the PD site plan as approved. As part of this amendment, a lot on Wheeland to the north has been added and will be developed with a new single-family home that will have access from Wheeland. To the south, 2 single-family homes now are proposed behind the hotel. They will be constructed against the hotel garage with a shared curb cut from Wheeland. With that, I'll turn this over to Jeff to walk through the images. Maybe advance to the next slide, Noah, and Jeff can get started. Thank you. Jeff, you're muted.
He's
can't hear
unmuted
you.
now. He's unmuted, so there's something wrong with his computer, I think, or his setup.
Katrina, do you want me to start?
We're waiting on you.
Yeah, Howard, why don't you go ahead and just talk through some of these initial slides?
Okay. The first slide you're seeing until Jeff joins us is the Wells Street elevation. It is virtually unchanged from what was previously approved. Next slide, Noah. Now we start to look at the backside of the hotel, which is Wheeland. Currently, this is a garage. The garage actually is behind these in front of the hotel and behind the single family homes along Wheeland Street. The single family homes are taller than the garage, so they're intended to screen it. And they orient north-south with a lot of window frontage. The third home, which is up to the left, is a completely conventional design. You want to go to the next slide, Noah? Here it is in elevation. What we have is the garage is virtually completely screened from Wheeland Street by the single family homes. In perspective. It's filled with a green roof and there is no hotel access to the garage. So there would be no activities that would be disruptive to Wheeland Street on the roof of the garage itself. Next slide, Noah. Again, another perspective. You see the green roof. One of the changes that has occurred is the hotel has moved about 12 feet forward, which is one of the ways we're going from 190 rooms as originally approved to the 203 rooms that are now proposed. Next slide. No.
Can you repeat that number again real quick?
Sure. Originally approved was 190 rooms. We have now added another lot and increased the number of rooms by 13 to 203 rooms.
Thank you.
Sure. Again, virtually no changes on the Wells Street side. Wells Street elevation. These are the north and let's see, here is the rear elevation. That's okay. South elevation. The lower area, pick one, Noah.
Is that gear preferences?
Okay. This is the south elevation. of the hotel. Again, there are virtually no changes to it other than you now see the garage adjacent and to the single family homes on Wheelan.
Seem to be controlling it on their end. And this isn't.
West elevation as proposed. Not a lot of change other than we now have the single family homes, 2 or 3, counting the one to the north, instead of what was previously 4 single family homes. And you see that in this slide. The original 4 single family homes are on the right. There was a breezeway between them that actually, as you walk the sidewalk on Wheelan, you would see the entire base of the hotel. We think that the new revised plan does a much better job of screening the hotel from Wheelan Street. Next slide. Here it is in plan showing the green roofs. These are on the left, the tan area are the 2 single family homes. There is a single curb cut and the garages are at grade. One of the benefits of what we are proposing, Wheelan is characterized by not having an alley. So there are a number of power lines that run up and down the street, as well as many curb cuts, virtually 1 for every single family home, most of which do an immediate drop down as they, once you clear the sidewalk. We wanted to avoid that, so both.
Oh no, he froze up. I think we can advance this. So this is the green roof plan. It's Katrina McGuire. I'll jump in here.
Katrina, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jeff.
I'm very sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened to our technology.
That's okay. Do you want to just pick up from here, Jeff?
Sure. We're looking at a prototypical floor plan in the hotel. You can see that there's the difference between this and their originally approved is that there's an additional rooms on the west side of the building. It has been added on to this to the square footage such that it's a part of the integrated, a part of the overall massing, and continues to maintain the expression of the original design.
Katrina, can you let me know when to move the slides? I can't hear Jeff at all.
I can't hear Jeff either at all.
And also, I want you guys to be mindful too of your time.
All right, go ahead and next slide. Jeff, if you can try to speak up, I can hear you. It is quiet, but I can hear you.
We're looking at a section through the site from Wayland to Wells. I think the importance of this section is that it shows the single family homes basically backed up to the hotel garage, such that there's single family homes are being used to camouflage the garage from view on Wayland, that there's no exposure of the hotel on the Wayland pedestrian experience.
Next slide.
Just quickly from our traffic study, we do have commercial loading, as been previously mentioned, inside of the hotel. Within that loading condition, there are deliveries for linens, obviously for the hotel, beverage and food pickup, and what we're expecting 1 trash pickup per day as the amount of truck traffic in the dock itself. Valet operations will be provided on the street level. All valet cars will be brought immediately into the hotel, and then pickup at the valet is done inside the driveway condition, so that owners of cars are get their car back when they're inside the hotel driveway, not out on the public street. The access drive is two-way traffic and allows for a right or a left-hand turn out of the hotel.
Next slide.
One of the bonuses of the extended garage plan that we're reviewing today is that it does give us more roof area on the hotel, which then gets transferred into a larger green roof condition. You can see the 3-story parking garage in between the 2 single family homes on Wayland and backed up against the hotel. Our expectation is that is going to be primarily used for green roof area. There is no hotel programming on that roof. Because of the height of the roof, it's not accessible in any way except for limited service of the green roof itself. So there are several green roof locations, and it's our intention to take advantage of that throughout the hotel structure. Also, this project is going to be under, can you back up quickly?
No. You back up, I'm sorry.
Just quickly, under Chicago Sustainable Development Policy in 2017, we will be using Green Globe certification. We do have more than 50% green roof coverage, and we do anticipate having or expect having electrical car stations as 3 different examples of how we will accomplish the same sustainability objectives. With that, I'll hand it back to you, Katrina.
Yeah. Next slide, please. Apologies for the challenges here. Just to sum up our presentation portion, the project will be pursuing the city's participation goals of 26% MBE, 6% WBE, and 50% Chicago residency. Project will create up to 400 construction jobs and up to approximately 215 permanent jobs in the hotel in operations, maintenance, and food and beverage. The overall project cost is $100 million. It's estimated to generate at stabilization approximately $2.1 million in real estate taxes and approximately $1.6 million in city taxes. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Noah.
Okay, thank you for that. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendment to this previously approved residential business plan development number 1335 would continue to be appropriate for the following reasons. The amendment to the plan development continues to allow the development to promote economically beneficial development patterns compatible with the character of this neighborhood. The amended plan development continues to promote transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, as well as ensuring accessibility for persons with disabilities, as well as minimizing conflicts with the existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. Third, the amended plan development largely retains the previously approved bulk and density, and as such continues to follow building orientation and massing suggestions contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance, including bringing the proposed building edges up to street frontages and providing large transparent storefront windows adjacent to the Wells Street frontage to provide an active building wall. All sides and areas of the building that are visible to the public are treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate for use on those primary public rights-of-way facades. And lastly, copies of the application were circulated to other city departments and agencies, and all comments received have been addressed by the development team. With that, I ask you to please refer to my staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans identified here today. But based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that the application to amend residential business plan development number 1335 receive a recommendation of approval and be forwarded with this as such to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Safranek. So I have a question as I'm waiting to see if questions come from the commissioner, other commissioners. There was an issue raised in the public comment about testimony or about, excuse me, about public notice. So this question is for Mr. Gaynor. Can you respond to this notion or this concern that was raised by folks in the neighborhood that there was something about the public notice, the timing of it, and where it was posted? Can you please provide information on that or response to that?
Sure. Just can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Sure. Just a moment. I'm looking for. I remember the question. I remember the comment earlier. I'm looking. If we'll give me just a moment.
I'm happy to respond to.
Oh, you can. Great. Thank you. I mean, I know. In essence, from what has been provided to DPD, that that the sufficient notice was given. But please go ahead, Katrina.
Well, what about the issue of where it was placed, and also the timing of that it was placed 5 days late or something like that?
Right. No, if I may, the notice signs are, so notice at time of filing is twofold. It's mailed notice to property owners within 250 feet at time of filing. And then there's posted notice that's provided in this case where we had 2 street frontages, both along Wells and on Wieland. Those signs are provided by the city, by the Department of Zoning to us. We, as soon as we have had that sign, the signs were posted the next day. It has been custom and practice throughout that those notice signs go, as long as they go up 5 days, within 5 days of introduction of the notice of the application, that suffices, because it takes the city some time post-filing to issue those notice signs to the applicant. It went up, we received it that prior Friday, we put it up the following Monday. There was photographs and affidavits submitted to that effect. We were notified, I believe the next day or the day after, by one of the neighbors contacted me and said that the sign was hanging sideways, was sort of, or had fallen on the ground. And later that same day, we had it reinstalled and new photographs taken. Notice was fully complied with.
Thank you.
And I should add that DPD has confirmed that.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there were several comments made by neighbors concerned about the impact on the residential quality of the area. So I wondered if, I think that a lot of that's already implicitly been addressed and to some extent explicitly addressed in the presentations. But if you can speak sort of straight up about how you think this meshes or doesn't mesh with the residential character of the neighborhood.
So Madam Chair, I can add the department's initial view, and then the applicant may want to speak further with some of their, I guess, professionals that they have on the call. But so when we looked at this originally, the applicant had come to the department with a couple of different options at the rear of the building. They were considering what to do with the hotel. They were considering what to do with the single family residences. They were considering whether they could have some sort of an open space back there. And out of all the alternatives, the one that fit best with the residential makeup of the street, which is very large scale single family homes on the Wieland side, let me go to that elevation, was that they provide or have other single family homes that were of a height and a bulk and a density that was similar to these homes. Now, in actuality, the 3 homes that are being proposed here are slightly smaller in square footage than a majority of the homes that are on the block, but they provide a very similar character in terms of being single family residents on a predominantly single family resident block. In terms of the hotel, the applicant recognized that they had made some commitments to the community at a certain height in their original approval. So they chose to find a solution that would have the height remain consistent with what was approved at the 151 feet and a few inches and change. And so their proposal today, when they redeveloped their parking structure and took it from below grade where they were sharing with the single family homes to being able to separate that parking, they're able to bury that parking behind these single family homes and not realize any height changes from what was originally approved. And the department supported the proposal. This was one of 3 options they put forth, and this is the one that ultimately majority of the community group felt was appropriate, and the department agreed and concurred as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then there was a statements made that the request to come back to us was a function of developer mistakes, and why should the community pay for that? Along sort of those lines, can you, I know it's already been stated in your presentation, can you just state as in sort of the most lay language and as clearly for the record, what is the reason for the return today?
So the Chairwoman, absolutely. The specific reason, the one factor that was a 100% requirement for them to come back was the additional lot. Shown here at the bottom left of your screen, there's a red clad single family home shown. The developer acquired that lot. It was not part of their original proposal. It's approximately 3,000 additional square feet. And so the amendment to the plan development boundaries made this a mandatory plan development application. Arguably, the reduction in single family homes from 4 to 3 and some of the design changes that they were proposing, there was the potential that they could have been deemed a minor change, and they may have had an administrative route. But that point became moot once they increased their boundary. So they went the amendment route, and that's what they're bringing before us today.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, Commissioner Searle and Commissioner Cox.
One question I had was how many?
Hello.
Hi, it's Mike. Hi.
Hi, Michael Gaynor. Go ahead and turn your, there you go.
All right.
We've got great tech support. I want to thank our tech support. I mean, he's, he and his team, what's, Noah, tell me.
Hi, sorry. I was just starting to talk to you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Is that, am I supposed to be asking?
You're supposed to be speaking, but I had interjected to acknowledge the tech support and their help to us during this time. Go ahead.
How many floors of underground parking were in the previous application that was approved?
Cheryl, there was one, and it kind of went the whole width of the lot, and it shared parking for the hotel as well as the 4 single-family homes. And so there was some, obviously you can imagine, some problems with sharing that parking amongst the 2 different types of use groups that the developer realized and is now seeking to correct.
Okay. I think where I'm not convinced about this underground parking though, is that there is a basement level for these residential units that is probably similar to the depth of what would have been the underground parking.
Actually, there is not a basement level.
It just showed it in the section, the building section.
The basement does not extend below the single family homes.
What is it? Where is it then? Let's see. There was a section, cross section from street to street that you showed, that one.
Yeah, so as you can see, that's where the hotel stops. To the left is the parking and then the single family homes. And we did that because, you know, our problem with the single family homes was that potential owners of those homes didn't like entering on Wells Street, which was exceptionally crowded. And also, instead of having homes on top of a parking garage, it was clear that they would prefer fee simple ownership. So this plan was able to deliver that.
All right. I guess that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Cox.
I just wanted to understand a little bit more about the Wheeland Street. And I think the efforts, which look largely successful, to mirror the scale and the scale of the existing street, and with no hotel interference whatsoever. So it's almost like there's like a firewall between the hotel that faces onto North Wells and 100% residential feel of Wheeland. Can we understand how much these 3 houses are likely to go for? Trying to understand the price point.
Sure. The 2 homes, I'll call them for simplicity, the gray and the white ones, are each approximately 3,600 square feet. We expect them to sell, you know, at around $450 a foot, you know, $450 to $500 a foot.
So these are $1 million homes.
There'll be $1.25 million, $1.5 million homes, correct, Commissioner?
And that is that consistent with the home values along the street in general?
We feel it absolutely is.
Yeah. So, I mean, so in many ways, I mean, you are enhancing the value and pretty much staying within the consistent value of the homeowners of that street. I actually, just in terms of urbanism, it's a very skillfully done project, given that the height is not the height of the hotel, and the use of the hotel was already a granted use. So we're not really here to discuss that, even though I think, once again, very skillfully stepping down on North Wells, because there are 6 and 7 stories of buildings on North Wells. Right. And some of the North Wells facing massing of the hotel is very much within that area. So you've kind of buried the density of the hotel to the very center of the block. So no one on the side streets is going to actually see the bulk of the hotel. So this is not what I expected, given the comments that we had heard from residents. It just seems that the development team has gone very sensitively tried to insert a different use and a bigger use into a very residential street, and adding 3 new homes that will be in excess of $1 million each. I think it seems to be the kind of context-sensitive response that the Plan Commission likes to see. So I just want to acknowledge that, because it's rare that you can put a use like this, which is not compatible with the residential, and have no impact at all on the residential quality of Wheeland Street, which is a beautiful residential street. So just thank you. I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Are you saying, Commissioner Cox, that you think it doesn't take away from the as designed, because of the way they designed it, that it doesn't take away from the residential?
In fact, I actually think, again, these bird's eye view is, I guess this is the view you'd get if you live in a high rise somewhere. But if you're on the ground on Wheeland, you will not see this hotel. And if they are consistent with the tree canopy, because the Wheeland Street is a beautifully tree-lined street, my hope is that they've taken the trees away here because the architects always want to show the architecture. But the reality is, I hope that there will be as aggressive a tree canopy in front of these single-family homes as there is on the rest of the street. I don't think anyone will see this hotel from Wheeland.
What about the height? I know Commissioner Searle, I think you put your hand back up, but what about the height? It seems like this is one of the highest buildings in the area.
But wasn't the height approved by the Plan Commission? So that's not actually.
Right, it is. That is moot. Thank you. But
Chairwoman, I can briefly speak to that if you'd like. So to Commissioner Cox's point, absolutely, the height was already granted, and this amendment today does not seek to increase any of the height. But at part of the original approval process, they did look at context height for buildings that are just north of North Avenue and just east of this site, and even just south of this site. And as Commissioner Cox touched on, that was part of the design kind of charrette the first time around, was to reduce the height that would be fronting exactly on Wells, and to provide adequate setbacks to put that bulk and density away from the street and respect some of the street scale. And that's how we arrived at this design the first go around, albeit not part of today's approval.
So let me ask you another question about the trees. Are there enough, did they not show the trees, or would they need to replant the trees?
So there will be, here's a better view of them. They were removed and thinned out to better show the architecture in that view, but they'll be spaced 25 feet on center. They'll be planted at a minimum of between 2.5 and 4 inch calipers, and then groomed and taken care of to grow large enough. And eventually it will take a few years, but they should indeed fill in and be comparative, as Commissioner Cox said, to all of the other street trees in the area per the city standards.
And so, and that is something they must do, right? That's part of the.
That's correct. That's absolutely on their drawings. If they have a landscape plan in here, I'll go to it, but they'll also be re-reviewed at the time of permit, and they will be required to have those trees shown 25 feet on center, as you see here in the drawing. They'll be increased.
Those re-reviews are so critical to decisions they get made and whether or not they then get followed up at the review process.
Yep, and they'll one other thing I wanted to add is they will slightly change the spacing depending on where this driveway ends up being and the exact width that's agreed upon with CDOT. They'll have to stay a little bit away from the driveway so that they don't affect cars coming in and out of the garage entrances. But certainly they have attested to meet the city's landscape code and will do so.
Thank you, Mr. Safranek. Commissioner Searle, did you still want to say something?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to point out that I think the privacy of Wheeland is much more compromised now, though, because of the west side of the hotel, having views, so many more views to the west. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it seems like because it's more open between the buildings, the houses and the hotel, that I can, if I were a neighbor across the street on Wheeland, I would not be happy either.
I might point out that we originally had balconies on the back side of the hotel. And at the request of the neighborhood, we eliminated those for that very reason. And, you know, so we tried to the extent that we could be sensitive to that very issue, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
So I appreciate the comment. But as has been pointed out, that's not what we're approving today. So we don't have any, that's already sort of a decision that's already been made. But I think that it's also important to note that the developer, in response to that issue, did take out the balconies and I really appreciate what you said, Noah, in terms of giving us a context for the height in sort of surrounding areas. This is just one of those. This is as we're seeing more urban development or more development in sort of these more dense neighborhoods like this. This is part of what this is one of the impacts of it, and I'm sure Alderman Burnett, who I'm going to turn to next, I'm sure that he gets a lot of this because there's so many buildings that go up that then affect the view of the building that was there before, that was also opposed by the people that live next door to them. So I'm sure you've seen a lot of that, Commissioner, Alderman, but go ahead, Alderman Burnett, this is your district. Would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, thank you. I'm in a caucus meeting too at the same time, but this is very important. First of all, I just want to say there's a lot of good people on Wheeling Street. Some folks have been living there for a long time. Some folks are very recent. People care about their block. They're very concerned. This development, when it first was initiated, they offered to put the houses on Wheeling Street. Then when it came back, we had a meeting that probably was one of my worst meetings as far as being accused and disrespected and every other thing in the book. Also saying that I'm powerless and all that kind of stuff. It was very, very, a very bad meeting. Even had a court reporter at the meeting, which made me feel like I couldn't even talk, right? But from that meeting that they had, I told the developer he had to go back to the table and specifically go and work with the people on Wheeling Street to try to work it out, because the biggest issue was Wheeling Street. It wasn't so much the hotel as it was Wheeling Street. The developer went back to Wheeling Street and had several meetings and met with several groups over there. And, some folks, you got to understand, there's some people over there that have Airbnbs that don't even want a hotel, right? Initially, the developer was talking about putting some houses on there and letting them be rented out as hotel rooms. He heard from some of those folks who had Airbnbs and didn't want hotels, and folks didn't want strangers on their blocks and all of those things. So he acquiesced to actually changing it to single family homes. Then he went back to the community and talked to the community. He came up with this idea about a park. They were gonna put a park there, and some of the residents didn't want a park. And I think maybe some of the folks in planning probably didn't want a park either. And there's all these things came up about a park, who's gonna take care of it, all this kind of stuff, and so on and so forth. So the developer, acquiesced again. He came up with these buildings. He bought the property, which was an older building, and proposed to build a newer building on that site. And like all of these things, you have some folks that you're never going to satisfy with this stuff. And you have some folks who are okay with it. I've had, at the last meeting, I asked people to email me if they were okay with it, if they wasn't okay with it, so on and so forth. I got a lot of people that was okay with it. Of course, I got some people who was against it, and some of the same people who testified, and some of the same people who said some things at the meeting. I think this is one of the best compromises. Continue to bring the property value up on that block. This is one of the richest areas, in my ward and in the city of Chicago, and one of the most peaceful and most wholesome blocks in the city of Chicago. I mean, they're very good people here. And I don't think that these three houses, which is the real issue, is the three houses, is going to hinder people's value. The other thing is that, we look at these three houses and we look at the fact that what was there before these three houses were proposed? It was a parking lot for a long time, literally a parking lot with a fence up for many, many years. And we're going to replace the parking lot with three beautiful homes on the block. I like how they did the green space. They worked with the residents to make sure people were concerned about folks seeing into their homes and things like that. They adjusted a lot of things in reference to this. I want to hand it to the developer, even though they were being ridiculed and demonized and all of those things, they still humbled themselves and, went to several meetings. And I just commend them for doing it. We all in this business, you have to have thick skin because people are concerned about, their personal values and things such as that. But you can't satisfy everyone. I think that this is a great compromise. It's a beautiful development. I think it's going to enhance the street. I think about that fence that was there. I think it was a brown or red fence that was there. That's there now. I think this looks much better than that. And I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. With no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion on the proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1335, submitted by Wellston LLC for the property generally located at 1520-1532 North Wells Street and 1513-1525 North Wheeland Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. And we're going to need somebody to move.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I don't know if we mentioned.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we mentioned that I have to recuse myself from voting.
Okay. No, we didn't mention it, but I usually when I get to the roll call.
Okay.
I'll say it, but thank you very much. Oh boy, what am I?
Madam Chairperson, I'll move to approve the
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Do I have a second?
Alderman Tunney, second.
Alderman Tunney seconded that. Okay, so Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld. Commissioner Burnett. I was recused. So that's in the record that he's recused. Commissioner Cole was a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaza. I'm sorry, Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaza. Commissioner Gaza. Did he's still here? He's gone, I think. Okay, Commissioner, and I think he's told me that. All right. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly's yes.
Commissioner Lyons. There's no gone. All right. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy is gone, I think. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Cyril.
I'm convinced by Alderman Burnett, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Shaw. Okay, not there. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas. And then Commissioner Wegesbach.
Chairwoman, I also have Commissioner Murphy is a yes. He just texted his yes in. And I think, I just want to check, but I believe Commissioner Lyons is recusing herself.
Okay. Recuse. Okay. Oh, because it's hotel. Okay, that would make sense. Okay. All righty, thank you. So now the motion does pass, and I agree with the very compelling statement by Alderman. Motion passes, congratulations, and we hope you'll continue to work with the neighborhood as you have. And with the
Commissioners.
Thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is a proposed, we have three more, folks. Next item on the agenda is proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1140 West Erie LLC for the property generally located at 1140 West Erie Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from M1-2 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to B3-5 Community Shopping District prior to establishing a planned development to construct a 108-foot tall building containing 113 residential units, ground floor retail and commercial uses, hotel use, and 29 accessory parking spaces. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Ms. Thrun, thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I get the option to share my screen? I have a message. Okay, thank you. Says who can share only host on my screen.
Well, can we get some tech support to make, to allow, can I don't know that I can.
Emily is already a co-host.
Yes, you're listed as a co-host. So you should be able to share screen.
All right, when the message comes up, it says who can share. It says only host.
Well, you are a host.
Go on the arrow, go on the green piece, Emily.
Share screen. Thank you. Got it. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Let me just...
I'm sure you'll keep us moving once you get going.
All right. Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from M1-2 to B3-5 prior to establishing a planned development to construct an 8-story building with 113 residential units, ground floor retail and commercial uses, hotel use, and 29 parking spaces. The subject site is located in the Westtown community area in the 27th Ward. About 48% of residents take transit, walk, or bike to work, and almost 26% of residents work in the near north side or loop. Almost 66% of residents have a bachelor's, graduate, or professional degree, and the median household income is over $88,000. The triangular shaped site is bound by Erie Avenue to the northwest, Erie Street to the south, May Street adjacent to the highway to the northeast. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 1,000 feet southwest of the CTA Chicago Blue Line stop. It is also located near CTA bus stops, including the CTA's number 66, 56, and 65 bus stops. The site is currently zoned M1-2, and the applicant proposes to rezone the site to B3-5 prior to establishing a planned development. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are M1-2, RM-5, and B2-5. The surrounding land uses for the area include residential, mixed use, and commercial. This is a rendering of the proposed building labeled with a height of 108 feet in context with the surrounding buildings. This slide includes images surrounding the site. A surface parking lot and a 1-story building currently occupy the site. The next series of slides include images of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. This is a view from Ogden and May looking south. This is a view from Ogden and Erie looking northeast. This is a view from May and Erie looking northwest. And a view from May Street looking west. The project is subject to the near northwest side plan that was approved by the Chicago Plan Commission in September 2002. Some of the principles of the plan include encouraging high density and mixed use development on commercial streets near transit and intersections, and ensuring neighborhood scale retail is available near residents' homes. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke-Dale, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Great, thank you, Emily. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale with DLA Piper. We represent the applicant for this matter. As shown on the screen, we've been working on this project for quite a while, initially meeting with the neighbors of River West in March of 2018, and again about a year later in May of 2019. We filed this application last December, and so we're very excited to be here today, but we will keep this brief. Most of the community-driven changes were were related to the site plan. We originally had planned to vacate May Street, which, if you're not familiar with it, is primarily used or unfortunately used as a cut through. So the focus of the community meetings were related to May Street, as well as making improvements to Erie Street to enhance pedestrian safety in the area. Next slide. We also worked very closely with the Department of Planning and Development, and in particular their design team, on evolving the design over time. I'm going to turn it over to Mike DeRune from Fitzgerald Associates, who will talk about those changes in detail and the rest of the project.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike DeRone, President of Fitzgerald and architect for the project. Thank you very much for hearing us today. We're very excited to be able to present this, this project to you. As Katie mentioned, our original concept included the vacation of May Street, which allowed us to build a much taller building. Reducing the height of the building and improving May Street as a street created the shorter building that we're now presenting, which is in much more context with the neighborhood and the community overall. That design process has evolved, working closely with our developer client as well as the department to refine the design that you see now in the lower right-hand screen of your screen. That includes a lot more outdoor space for individual units. Next slide, please. The building entirely sits within the site. It is quite a compact and tight site, and with the reconstruction of May Street and reconstruction of Erie Street, which is an extremely wide thoroughfare, we're reducing the right of way, or not the right of way, we're reducing the drive lane in order to create a wider landscape area in front of the building, and that is where our garage will be accessed from. The residential entrance will be at the north corner at Ogden and May Street. Next slide, please. This first floor plan describes the uses that are on the ground floor, including the active uses along all of Ogden, including amenity and commercial retail spaces, and the dog run that is enclosed, but has many openings in it for visual security, as well as enhancement of the building facade design along May Street. Next slide, please. This is the first residential floor, which is the second floor of the building, and includes an outdoor deck on the south side of the building for residential use. Next slide, please. This is the typical residential floor, the 3rd through 7th floors. Next slide, please. This is the 8th floor, which is residential in use, but also includes an amenity room for residential use, as well as a shared outdoor deck in the south east corner, which will have fantastic views of the city of Chicago skyline. Next slide, please. This is the roof plan with no access. Excuse me. These are the next few slides are the flat building elevations. This is the Ogden Street elevation and shows the storefront window at the ground floor along all of Ogden that will allow for visual connectivity with the amenity spaces and then the apartments above. Next slide, please. This is the May Street side. This side is curved in plan and segmented in function on the upper floors, and the base there shows you where the dog run is with the variety of different openings that are screened for both pet and pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. This is the Erie Street elevation. It's a little oblique because it is flattening out two angled elevations that form the inside of the L-shaped building that sits on this triangular site. Next slide, please. This is a building section that shows the generous heights for all of the floors within our building. Next slide. The base and panel details of our building. We worked very closely with the entire team to develop these. And the base of the building uses a variety of masonry details that are common throughout the neighborhood. The canvas is a running bond, a face brick that is detailed with soldier coursings at the top of the wall, and then inside various opening setbacks and openings that are created in the facade. We're enhancing them with a Flemish bond masonry coursing, as well as an ornamental screened metal to protect the openings that you see in this elevation and in other renderings. The metal panels that we're using are a matte finish and in a couple of different orientations, one very vertically oriented in the narrow style along May Street that emphasizes the verticality of the curve of the building, and then a flat panel through the rest of the building. We've also incorporated sunshades into the building facade along with the balconies that are placed around the building. Next slide, please. We are a transit-oriented site, as has been described. We have 93 parking spaces. The entrance to our building is at the top of your screen, which is the closest point to the Chicago Blue Line station. And both May and Erie Streets will be reconstructed. May Street is quite in need of those repairs, and I wouldn't be careful if you drive down it. It could take out a wheel. Erie Street, as I described earlier, will have an enhanced parkway that is much wider than the current conditions, that allows for the reverse-in parking as well as the landscaped parkway. Next slide, please. Our building fits within the urban context of this pedestrian, very walkable neighborhood. It is scaled and sized appropriate to the neighborhood that we're within, and has the traditional base, middle, and top features of many of our proud buildings here in Chicago. Next slide, please. The landscaping throughout this project will be a working landscape of native and adaptive species. A variety of perennials, annuals, shrubs, and trees will surround and enhance the site. Next slide, please. The building design we've described in many of the earlier slides, but just want to say that, you know, this building character is of our time and appropriate to its residential use. It provides both appropriate sized windows to allow as well as the energy enhancing features for sustainable design that we'll be seeking. Next slide, please. Our sustainable design approach for this project is Green Globes certification. We are registered and we are seeking 2 Green Globes. Additionally, we are providing level 2 electric vehicle charging stations. The CTA display will be prominently featured in our lobby to assist residents in making their timely commutes to buses and trains. And then through the demolition of the existing building, as well as the construction of the new site or the new building, we will be diverting 80% of our construction waste from landfills. Next slide, please. These are some enhanced images of the building materials that I've been describing, the flat metal panels in a variety of colors, a light colored gray face brick that complements the metal panels, fiberglass energy efficient low E glass windows, the decorative metal finish, and aluminum storefronts along Ogden Street. Next slide. Our building is and site is required to retain stormwater. All of the stormwater that we will be required to retain will be held in a variety of green roofs, as well as stormwater pipe that will be located under the parking garage on our first floor. Thank you. I'll turn this back over to Katie.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Dale, part of DLA Piper. This project is within the Near North pilot, Aero pilot. Per the pilot, we could provide the 20% requirement all off-site. However, based on feedback from the aldermen in the community, we've have landed on a strategy where 5% of the units will be provided on site and 15% will be provided off site. The 5% on site will be at the lower 60% ARO, and then 5% of the off site within 2 miles will also be at the 60% AMI, and the 10% will be and within 2 miles, and then the 10 additional percent will be within the pilot. The benefits to this strategy are, there are a few benefits to this strategy. One of which is it allows us to provide 26% 3-bedroom units where 0 are required per the ARO. So we're providing family-sized units that would not otherwise be provided or be required. A couple of the buildings also have lower level units that we're exploring also rehabbing. And so we may have the opportunity with those buildings to exceed the 20% requirement. We'll be rehabbing existing buildings that are in disrepair and ensure long-term affordability for, again, family-sized units in gentrifying neighborhoods. Specifically, some that we're targeting are Humboldt Park and Garfield Park. Next slide, Emily. The economic benefits to the city are also large here. Project cost is estimated at approximately 40 million, and the applicant is committed to working with the aldermen and specifically Communities Empowered Through Construction, or CEC, and making sure that minority and women-owned businesses and local community members are involved in the construction of the project. We'll also generate approximately $600,000 in annual taxes. With that, I'll turn it back over to Emily. We appreciate your time and consideration of this, as well as the time that Alderman Burnett and the neighbors of River West have put into this project with us over the last 2+ years. Thank you.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. The project promotes pedestrian interest and safety and comfort by providing walkways and active uses fronting Ogden. The project will include numerous amenities for the residents, including a dog run, fitness facility, amenity decks, and a party room. Additionally, the proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and scale. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the planned development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Theron. Commissioner Alderman Burnett, would you like to make comment on this project? I know he said he's in a caucus meeting. Alderman Burnett, are you available to, there he comes. All right, well, we're waiting for him. Commissioner Lyons.
Hi, I am a little bit confused. This appears like it's purely residential about the hotel use. So it doesn't appear like there's any hotel use, and I just want to confirm that.
Sure, I can answer that question. So there's no plans for hotel use at the moment, but the applicant would like to have the opportunity to potentially have hotel units on the site. But in order to do that, they'll have to get site plan approval by the department, and a updated traffic study will need to be submitted and reviewed by the department. And then just also to let you know, the combination of hotel units and residential units may not exceed 113, which is being approved here today. I don't know if the applicant has any further details they want to add, but please feel free to jump in.
Okay, Commissioner Burnett, are you free from, I know you're still with us, but you're.
I'm here, I'm with you.
Okay, here we go. You want to make a statement, Alderman?
Did I?
This is about the, yeah.
Yeah, I know what it's about. Yeah, so couple of things. One, they've been going round and round with this project. You know, they've been working with the neighbors of River West. They've been through several renditions. Some of you may or may not know that they initially had a taller building, and they tried to incorporate part of, if I'm not mistaken, May Street into it. and that was kicked back by some of the administration as far as utilizing the street. They came up with this design. This developer, this would be his second development in our ward. Initially, he built a development down the street, and we got him to do some affordable housing. He took over another development. He's taken over this development, and he's doing 5% on site. Of course, I would love to have more on site, but he's acquiring some buildings in my ward that needs development on the west side in the West Humboldt Park community. And he's going to make those affordable. He's doing the 20%. You know, I'm okay with the building. The neighbors of River West helped him to redesign this building several times, and they in full support of it. They actually wrote me a letter. I just want to make sure if with that potential for potential hotel rooms, that doesn't have an effect on the affordable housing. I want to make sure that the affordable housing stay in place regardless if they decide to change anything else. Or of course, I won't approve a hotel, but we need to make sure the affordable housing on-site and off-site stays in place. But this actually, like several other developments, helped me to enhance and stabilize other parts of my ward, but also bring some affordable housing in this area also. So I support this and ask for the committee support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Commissioner Reyes, followed by Commissioner Novata.
Yeah, briefly, I want to say that I value the fact that 11.5, so I'm assuming 11 units, which is the 5% of the 113, are going to be on site, and they are going to be at 60% AMI. I truly value that. And then I also value the fact that some of the offsite units are going to be 3 bedrooms. I think this is a really good accomplishment given the current ARO regulations. So I value the support of affordable housing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Novata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify a couple things from the Department of Housing's perspective. One is that the off-site locations are not yet final, and we've written the approval to say that the final sign-off will occur when we have those final addresses, and we have signed off on that. I agree with Commissioner Reyes. We are always looking for ways to increase the number of bedrooms that we can provide through the ARO. So we're pleased about that as well. And as far as the hotel use or the potential of a hotel use, I would just note that the ARO obligations are derived off of the original proposed 113. So that remains. And the total of any hotel or dwelling units on the site cannot exceed that number, not exceed 113. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Okay, with no other questions before us, do I have a motion on the proposed residential plan, business plan development submitted by 1140 West Erie LLC for the property generally located at 1140 West Erie Street, finding that it meets requirements for approval? Moved by, was that Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Seconded by?
Commissioner Searle, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Burnett is recused. Commissioner Cordova, yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores? Commissioner Garza is gone. Commissioner, all right, Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
I'll need to recuse.
Oh, this is also recused, I'm sorry. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw? Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
And, all right, Commissioner Villegas? Okay, I think I got notices, but I had to that they were gone. All right, and Commissioner Wagensbach, I think you're gone now as well, right? Okay. Okay, thank you. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Two more. Next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1303, submitted by 808 North Wells Street, Defco LLC, for the property generally located at 200-08 West Chicago Avenue, 800-20 North Wells Street, 201-09 West Institute Place. The applicant proposes to add hotel. So we've got people coming to town, hotel as a permitted use to the plan development. No other changes are proposed as part of this application. 20437, and it's in the 27th Ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Ms. Sperry, you're already up and ready to go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development, and this request is being submitted by Amley Residential as a technical amendment to Residential Plan Development 1303 to expand the permitted uses of the existing PD 1303 to include the hotel use. This will allow for the potential conversion of up to 44 of the 318 approved rental residential units being constructed at 808 North Wells Street to be licensed at hotel rooms. No physical changes to the approved plans, nor the ARO, nor MBE obligations and commitments are proposed as part of this project. In 2019, the Chicago Plan Commission approved plans for PD 1303, which included a 17-story mixed-use building that included ground floor commercial space as well as 318 residential units. The project is currently under construction on the site seen here. The project is located on the northwest corner of West Chicago Avenue and North Wells Street in the near North Side community area of the 27th Ward. The site is located within the boundary. Sorry, Alderman. The site is located within the boundaries of the near North sub area as defined by the Central Area Action Plan, which characterizes the area as a vibrant entertainment and tourism district. The proposed technical amendment will allow hotel use in this location supports the objectives of the Central Area Action Plan. Project is also well served by public transit, being located just 216 feet from the CTA Brown Line Chicago station. This proximity to transit also supports the proposed addition of the hotel use in this location. As previously stated, the applicant is solely seeking to add hotel as a permitted use to the text of the existing PD. The development team has reviewed the proposal with all necessary city departments, as well as Alderman Walter Burnett of the 27th Ward, adjacent property owners, and the Near North Unity project. No opposition to the proposal was identified, and now Michael Esger of the law firm of Acosta Esger will give a brief status update on the approved project. Michael?
Thank you, Heidi. This is Michael Esger here on behalf of Amley Residential, and with me is Jennifer Wolf, who's a senior vice president of development for Amley. And yes, you described it perfectly, Heidi. We were approved previously in the end of 2018 and went to City Council in the beginning of January of 2019. They have commenced and are doing well with construction, and anticipated delivery of units would be maybe even in the second quarter to third quarter of 2021. Again, there are no changes at all to the physical structure or any of the approvals received. And this is, and all the ARO and MBE local hiring obligations are all being continued to be honored. And again, we're just technically adding hotel as a use in the eventuality that perhaps that might be a option for renting up the building. The site plan, a lot went into the site plan that you're looking at that was approved at the time. We worked closely with CDOT and with the Active Transportation Alliance, as well as NNUP, Moody, Bible Institute, and Park Chestnut and other neighbors. We came up with a plan that certainly was informed by the Chicago Streets for Cycling Plan 2020, including the Wells Street Green Wave and crosstown bike routes. And Wells Street is definitely a buffered bicycle lane or superhighway that gets a lot of use. And this project was intended to fully complement that with bumped out sidewalks, a bicycle counter that CDOT has been trying to get for some time to really bring prominence to the bicycle activity, encourage usage. We've also will be working with CDOT to install a divvy station, public bicycle amenities like air hose and bike racks and other features like that. And since this was approved, there was some pay and display parking meters that were added to Wells and Institute Place, and we're working closely with CDOT and with the Alderman's office to have those relocated to be able to continue with this effort. And again, we did reach out to the Alderman and all the community groups that we had initially talked to, and we are in continuing conversation with them anyways because of the ongoing nature of the project. So everyone is fully still on board with this minor change. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Heidi.
Thank you, Michael. I just want to reiterate that this site plan was presented back to CDOT with no changes from the 2019 version, strictly for CDOT to look at the potential of the hotel use and any adverse impacts that might occur. That review took place with the idea that the hotel use could occur, and CDOT determined that the site plan as shown and as previously approved does indeed adequately meet the requirements for the potential hotel use. So finally, I would like to just finalize by saying that the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed technical amendment to PD 1303 would be appropriate for the following reasons. First, no changes to the proposed plans of PD 1303 are contemplated. This is purely a text amendment only to allow or identify hotel use as a permitted use, which is consistent with the surrounding land uses. Second, the existing plan development and the proposed hotel use is compatible with the existing zoning districts, including plan developments. And finally, the proposed hotel use is permitted under the underlying zoning classification DX7. Finally, public infrastructure facilities and city services are adequate to serve the proposal by the time of its occupancy. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application for a technical amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1303 be approved and recommended to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Biaggi, and then Alderman Burnett, I'll go to you. Go ahead, Commissioner Biaggi.
Great. Thank you. And this is one that is really exciting to us here at CDOT because it's a good example of prioritizing cycling and non-vehicular modes of movement. It's certainly already along a significant bike path, but I think the attention to not just the bike parking, but also making sure that we have great bump outs and the lane striping. I think also I want to point out that the contractor has done a great job of protecting the bike lane during construction, actually putting out delineators. It should be the model, frankly, for other construction projects. And then the bike counter is a very exciting collaboration. It's something that we would like to see be part of, frankly, every opportunity we can place it as part of a plan development. So it's a strip that actually goes underneath the sidewalk or on the sidewalk, and you can actually get your bike counts that way. That's data that we don't have enough of. And so I just want to compliment the development team. I'm hoping that this kind of thinking becomes the norm because I think it's certainly ways that we can better understand how those modes of movement work. We can get the protections in place and then really create new ways for people to move around the city that it's affordable, it's connected, all of the good things. So I wanted to say that in appreciation for the work on this one. And thanks to DPD for being really great advocates on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner. That's really helpful to hear those thoughts. Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is an example of what we previously spoke about. This residential development had already had affordable housing, and now they're converting it to a hotel, but they have committed to keeping the affordable housing, which I think is great. They given that option. They met with my local community organization, the Nino of Unity program. They approve it. They're happy about the affordable housing. Yeah. No, hold on one moment. They're happy about the affordable housing, but they're happy about the affordable housing. They approve it. I approve it. And I'm excited being on the Choose Chicago board. I'm excited about the thought of having more hotels in the city of Chicago, especially in the time of this pandemic, that people still have confidence that people are going to continue to come to the city. So I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1303 submitted by 808 North Wells Street Development Corporation, or DevCo rather, LLC, for the property generally located to 200-08 West Chicago Avenue /800 /20 North Wells Street, 201-09 West Institute, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
Commissioner Searle moves and seconded by
Commissioner Moore.
Commissioner Moore. Thank you so much. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is recused. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, I believe, is gone, or is she back? Commissioner Garza. Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons. Oh, she has to recuse herself on this as well. Okay, that's why she paused out. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata. All right, she might have told me.
No, she's muted.
Oh, Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Deborah.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Okay, if I missed anybody, please speak up.
Kelly's a yes, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Okay, great. Motion passes. Congratulations for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
So now we move to the last item on the agenda, which is a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Urban Kayaks LLC for the property generally located at 425-475 East Chicago Riverwalk. Property is zone POS-1, Public Open Space District, and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District.
Chairman.
Yes.
Can I interrupt for a second? I just wanted to take this moment to shout out to Alderman Burnett. We've just done 4 applications in his exciting ward. And I don't know if I would have had the patience to deal not only with today's meeting, but the preparations that are involved with each and every one of these applications. So congratulations, Walter. Just wanted to say that on the record.
Well, Commissioner Tunney, thank you for saying that. And one of the things that I was noting too is he's a master multitasker as well. And so I think it is important to note for the record, right, how much, because it's not just that he has to be here to present or to make comment on, but he's very involved throughout the development of that project. So thank you, Commissioner Tunney. So back to the property, which is currently zone POS. It's within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a kayak rental and storage facility, cafe, fitness area, and public restrooms that will increase recreational amenities along the Chicago Riverwalk, LF number 747, 42nd Ward. And as usual, Ms. Sperry is up and ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. And today I'm joined by representatives of the Urban Kayaks project team, who are proposing to construct a new 10-foot tall kayak rental storage facility that will also include public restrooms, a restaurant facility, and a fitness area, which in total will contain about 4,440 square feet of retail space along the Chicago Riverwalk. This application has been filed for review by the Plan Commission under the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. The project is generally located at 425 through 475 East Chicago Riverwalk and is situated on the south bank of the Chicago River, roughly midway between North Columbus Drive and North Lakeshore Drive, in the Loop community area of the 42nd Ward. The Central Area Action Plan and the Chicago River Design Guidelines are the prevailing plans for this area. The proposed project complies with the goals of both of these plans by expanding and connecting the waterfront and open spaces along the river to actively create engaging public spaces, which will be achieved through the redevelopment of this site. The site measures 13,184 square feet. It is located in the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront District. Therefore, any physical change to the property within the district requires review and approval by the Plan Commission. The site is currently zoned POS 1, that's Public Open Space District, and no zoning changes are being sought as part of today's project. The Chicago Riverwalk, as many of you know, is a very active 1.25 mile path in the heart of downtown. It's a destination for many Chicagoans and tourists alike. These are just a couple of views of portions of the Riverwalk in closest proximity to the subject site. The Riverwalk is currently managed by the city's Department of Assets, Information, and Services. That's the Department of AIS. Revenues from the concession program are used to repay the $89.6 million loan used to finance the design and construction of the Riverfront Trail. And these are a couple of views of the current Urban Kayaks operating facility. I'd like to note that the city has recently completed a $12 million landscape improvement project along this portion of the Riverwalk. The new path, landscaping, lighting, rail, and seating emphasizes the transition from the natural park-like environment of the Riverwalk on the east end toward North Lakeshore Drive, creating a very elegant transition to the more urban civic space that's situated on the Riverwalk near Michigan Avenue. The proposed kayak facility that we will hear about shortly is designed to enhance this portion of the Riverwalk, and no changes to the recently completed site work or landscape work that was undertaken by the city are proposed as part of this project. Urban Kayaks' 10-year license agreement to operate on the Riverwalk was secured through an RFP process and approved by City Council in 2018. Under this agreement, Urban Kayaks proposed to design and construct a new facility that would include public restrooms, a restaurant, and recreational area. After coordination with city departments, the harbor master, Alderman Brendan Riley of the 42nd Ward, Urban Kayaks received the go-ahead to file this LPO application. Now I will introduce Aaron Greshenson, the CEO of Urban Kayaks, to provide some additional detail on the proposal. Aaron?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Aaron Gershenson, owner at Urban Kayaks, located on the Chicago Riverwalk. We have been offering kayak tours, rentals, and lessons to the general public on the Chicago River since 2011. This is a proposed expansion to our existing facility on the Riverwalk. The proposed expansion will include 3 facilities under 3 permits. Next slide. This is the west end of our current facility. On the top right, we have our boathouse where we store approximately 75 kayaks. And on the left side, that's kayak staging area. On the top right side, this is our ticketing operations. On the left side, we have more staging and training areas, as well as on the top right again. I guess we'll just wait for the next slide. Next slide. So this is every customer who comes to Urban Kayaks has to watch a instructional safety video where we talk about the rules of the Chicago River and how the kayaks and all the human-powered craft interact with all the big boats on the Chicago River, as well as getting fitted for life jackets and any safety gear necessary. Additionally, in the bottom left, we have bathrooms, which will be open to the general public. Now we're moving into the cantina space. And this is the first unit. It's going to be food service, as well as a canopy, and that will be non-intrusive to the tree that's sitting right there. This area is a very exciting space. This is a multi-use fitness space where we could have all sorts of fitness classes, yoga classes, anything that seems appropriate. Next slide. And then over here, we have our cafe space where we'll have additional seating and a limited menu, and this will complement the cantina. Here's our site and ground floor plan. We'll start on the left side here on the top image. So we have kayak storage, and moving along, we have office space, then we have tickets and merchandise. And then moving right, we have life jacket prep area, as well as safety instructional video. And then we have public restrooms. Moving east, we have the cantina space, food service, beverage service, outdoor seating, canopy space, additional dry storage. And then down below, we have the multi-use fitness area. And then to the right of that, we have cafe space and additional restrooms. Our landscape plan, the city has implemented a lot of landscape improvements in this space. Existing landscape is to be retained and no trees are harmed in the formation of this space. We are trying to design our site to enhance what the city has already done, and we are not removing any trees. Elevations, these are storage containers situated under the right-of-way under Wacker Drive, and they're designed to be concealed. This has been designed in a way to be discreet. Additionally, we have designed a cohesive graphic facade to mask the commercial doors of the facility. Again, more elevation. This is an example of a graphic facade that would cover the commercial doors. Again, additional elevation. Canopy details. This will be non-intrusive to the tree that's in that area and be wrapped around that tree. Cladding, we plan to install cladding with 2 colors of polymer wood. This will be low profile and discreet. Next slide. Very good. This is an example of Urban Kayaks logo. We intend to invest $1.6 million in the space, and this will create 35 construction jobs approximately. We will provide public amenities, including restrooms and public use space. And this, our whole business model encourages physical connection to the Chicago River through recreation.
Thank you, Aaron. DPD has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the public use zone. Specifically, Policy 2, the proposed kayak facility is designed to enhance recent city investments and landscape in this portion of the Riverwalk, and no changes to that site work and landscape are proposed by the project. Policy 3, the project improves the water quality of Lake Michigan by promoting kayaking, which is a human powered and healthy use of the Chicago River. Policy 6, the proposal to construct the new kayak facility will promote kayaking, which will increase water usage and promote recreation on the Chicago River. The other policies, which are identified here in bold, speak specifically to the objectives of this proposal. Finally, with respect to the policies and proposals that are not, the policies and purposes that are not enumerated here, DPD has determined that they are either not applicable to the development in the public use zone, or that the project will not have a detrimental effect on the Lake Michigan shoreline or any wildlife habitats therein. Finally, based on the foregoing, DPD recommends that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved subject to compliance with the site landscape plans and building elevations as presented to you today. Finally, I would just like to note that Alderman Riley has provided a letter of support. It's in the file and should be available through SharePoint. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sperry. So I've not seen any questions from commissioners, and you did tell me that Alderman Riley has given his statement and it's on the record. So thank you for your patience, by the way, for to the developer. Do I have a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection? Oh, I'm sorry, I just saw two hands go up. Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes, a couple of things, because sometimes these things come forward and folks don't quite understand the level of effort that it's taken to get these projects before you in a manner that you can be supportive of it. I just want to commend Aaron, the owner of Urban Kayaks, for making this level of investment in this end of the Riverwalk, and taking something which is a temporal use and really giving it an incredible sense of dignity. I think we've all walked by this part, and it's a kind of, makeshift ad hoc arrangement right now. And to take it from that level to these images is a quantum leap. And so I just applaud you for making this kind of investment and your commitment to extending the Riverwalk to the lake through these kind of amenities. I will also just have to give a shout out to the architects, JLK Architects. I don't know if many of you know them, but it's a woman-owned firm. They are an emerging voice in design excellence in the city. And I just commend you, Aaron, for hiring them, because they have really served you well. So, and also to Heidi and to the planning department staff that really is trying to raise the bar on design wherever we can. And I think this is a case in point where our expectations, our aspirations are met both by the developer and the architect. So just wanted to make sure that folks understand, don't take this for granted. It takes a lot of people to bring forth projects that are this attractive and this transformational. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, our chair.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
I just noticed that. Thank you. The notice came up. So let me repeat. Do I have a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Urban Kayaks LLC for the property generally located at 425-475 East Chicago Riverwalk, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Seconded by
Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioners. Is there any further discussion? And Commissioner Biaggi did have her hand up, but it went down, so I'm assuming she's good. So I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Navarro is a yes.
Okay,
Commissioner Tunney is a yes.
great. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, that motion passes. Congratulations.
I didn't vote. Commissioner Searle is a yes.
Searle, we missed her, Commissioner Searle.
Okay, so sorry. Commissioner, I thought I called you, but thank you for catching that. Great, so the motion passes and congratulations. This does conclude the public hearing portion of our agenda. And on the chairman's update, I want to let people know that next month we'll be getting a presentation from Nancy Radovich on the continuing efforts for the changes that we're going to make on opening up our community process to get some feedback early in the process. That is happening. And I don't think I have any other additional presentations, right, Noah? So I can thank all of you for hanging in there for the whole day. For all the commissioners and everybody for their hard work, planning staff, and everybody who presented before us. Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay safe, wear your masks. And this does conclude this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Lyons, was that? And I do have to do the physical roll call as well, or the verbal roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Bumper, that was an enthusiastic yes. I hear you. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Nevada. See, this is why I skipped her last time. Okay. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Jumped off beforehand. All right. So the motion to adjourn passes. We are officially adjourned. Go forth. Have a wonderful month until we meet again this time next month. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, staff, and thank you
Bye-bye.
for the support, and thanks our clerk note taker. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.